few claims in here of people I didn't recognize. And Stacy, let me know what they were, so I think we're in good shape. I'll move that we approve the claims as they're presented.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And Mr. Bird's not in the house? Do you have anything for him?
I mean, I guess we have, no.
Is everything okay with him?
He's back. He's got a bad back today.
Okay. All right, then we have Mr. Wendell. Highway engineer report. Did either of you know anything about this TC Energy, Whitehall Jones, Sanath, Evans?
No. Oh, that's the mowing,
Right away from me.
right away mowing thing. I took it that that was just general information. They mow along their pipeline right away periodically.
So this, I don't know whose piece of property that is. I don't know why it came to us, so I said the property.
We're probably
You probably are the owner.
But it has 1, 2, 3, 4 different names on top
Well,
of
I
it.
think those were parcels maybe that we have in commissioner sale, tax sale or something that we haven't taken in or something maybe. That name looks familiar.
Sounds familiar to me. All right. Please proceed.
Okay, I have two change orders. One for 420 South, 170 East, and 430 South, which was done by CNR Construction. It's a $215.20 decrease. Then I have one for 630 South and 400 West, which is done by CNR Construction. That's a $590.28 decrease. The contractor, Steve, and myself have all reviewed them and approved them. So, I'm gonna break down 2 copies of each that need signatures.
Would each of you like to see them before we approve? It's in our favor, and we've approved the project, so I think it's, I'll move that we approve both decreases from CNR Construction.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
The next one is just an update, or not an update, just an information. I received a letter from NDOT stating that DuBois County is not compliant with Title VI and ADA requirements. The letter that I received does not state what the issues are, so I can't expand on it yet. I've got an email into the ADA and Title VI coordinator for NDOT. It's a new one, so we were compliant for 4 years. I don't know why we're also not compliant, so I need to figure out what's going on. I just want to give you guys a heads up in case you heard something that I am aware of it, trying to figure out what's going on. I don't
You have
know
the
what's.
letter with you?
So,
Does it say what location?
no, it's, I think it's based on our website and based on what we have online available for the public.
Maybe non-compliant.
Well, yeah.
But our website's supposed to be.
They require you to
Okay.
protect against discrimination and provide access to the public.
Again, I don't know why. It's a new guy. And that's why it's going through change and everything, because we're not the only county or municipality to get it. So we'll just figure out what it needs and do the new information.
Yeah, so the second paragraph says they don't have the evidence that we're compliant, not necessarily that we are compliant.
So we'll get that, but just in case you guys hear anything, am aware of it and working on it. So
Would either of you like to see this?
that's what's going on there.
And Brett, there you
Sign those two?
Yeah.
Last one they had to bring up to me.
Toka Lake Dam Water Control Manual. Greg, you were in that,
I
right?
was.
Elmer.
Yeah.
That's
I
what we're on
was on
to.
the phone, I couldn't get on the
That's right.
WebEx
Yeah.
server for some reason.
Yeah, they had themselves muted.
Well, I couldn't even,
You couldn't
I
even.
couldn't even bring it up.
Really?
So I dialed in and listened to it. So.
So there was a meeting on Wednesday, September 29th. threw a lot out there, a lot of interesting facts that I didn't know, and to try to help with control of water. So they have a draft that's gonna be ready for the public in the spring of 2022. They're looking at raising the gauge level from 13 or 13 and a half, maybe 14 feet. I did stress that at 14 feet, our county roads are gonna see a lot of concern real quick, so I'm hoping that that sticks. I have a feeling, I think we're good at 14 every so often, but don't sit at that level. 13 is where we kind of feel more comfortable.
Right.
And then the one thing that really kind of surprised me was the reduction of flow at the Patoka River gauge right now, 27% decrease in a lot. That's a big number, kind of concerning number. So I don't know if it's downstream is clogged, not letting water pass through. I have a feeling that's what it is, but I'm not 100% sure. It just seems like a lot of water reduction. And then mentioned altering the schedule of release, which I don't think everybody that been in the meeting said it wasn't a good idea because of the farmers. And then I talked to the city of Jasper, and I do feel strong about this, is that we really need to get a gauge downstream of Jasper so we can see what the water level is doing downstream of the city, which is the main concern. We need to put one down there too. I think one above stream makes sense too, but we need to have one downstream so we know what the level is in town more than what the one upstream does.
Whatever happened to the gauge that was gonna go in down at,
It kind of fell through the cracks.
Division Road
That one, it didn't happen.
Bridge?
It fell through on Lady Ridge. Yeah, that would never happen. We need one there, or at least 800 at the county line would be nice too. Because the 800 would kind of tell us more of what it's doing for the whole county, not just the city. So I'd like to have one there. But the reduction of flow is kind of the main concern for me is what is going on downstream that we're not getting that much water through. That's a big deal. 27%, that's a big number. Way bigger it should be.
That was over, the lifetime of the lake?
Yeah, last time I was like,
Yeah, the lake filled, the river filled in with silt and
Yeah.
the vegetation, trees and the whatever grew along it. What's his name, George Wilson in his history wrote about the lazy meandering Patoka River. There's no fall in it.
Right.
Or very little fall.
very little. And you start getting sediment build up, you lose even more real fast. So.
But you mentioned the 14 feet, and I don't want to necessarily differ from you, but I didn't get it that they were thinking about going there. They mentioned possibilities that they could use, and that was one of them to increase the flow, but I think they understand that.
So I just want to make sure it was stated that it does.
Yeah.
Our roads, we can make them passable, but it's hard on basis.
So I didn't take it that they were really seriously considering that.
But it's interesting. It's like I'd like to see something done, some kind of update done to it.
It may have to get with the Conservancy District about maintaining the, clearing out any obstructions or anything like that.
And our conservancy district does a pretty good job of it. I think it's downstream, but that's where it's
You're
probably.
working on that.
Are
We're
they?
gonna do something on the Pike side.
Yeah, I hope so.
Mark's told me about that.
Good.
It's just, so much of it is
It's all.
sticky.
So that's all I got there. And then paving projects, we are done with all of our asphalt paving projects. There's a few patch jobs, but nothing of concern, all minor jobs. So, which is good. So and on there is listed the dates they were complete, so. That's all I've got.
Community crossings, we've applied.
Yep, we're just waiting. We're just in a holding pattern until they release it. So I've got another little $500,000 worth applied for. And then if those projects don't get awarded, then we'll try again in the spring.
I saw some communication from the governor's office that should be coming this month.
Good. Great. Because I'd like to bid them, but if everything works great, or works in sequence like it should, bid them in December and have them ready to go by April for paving. So that way
It
they
didn't say
Pave in the
earlier,
spring.
it just said, just said expect an October notice on that.
we can pave in the spring, and then if we get awarded some more in the spring, we can pave those in the fall and spread it out a little bit. So it'd be nice to have.
winner should be announced in October, so stay tuned.
You guys have anything for me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So you don't have a report for Steve then?
Okay, so our next appointment's in 15 minutes. Let's go over a couple things here. I've had same gentleman that had contacted us previously about grass clippings in the road and an ordinance and all of that back in 2019. Contacted me again and said he's still seeing a problem with it and wondered if we were to put it in the newspaper or if we would do something to maybe promote that that's a bad idea. We might bring it to the board and see if anybody had any feelings on it. So I did look at the resolution, and again, just for the record, it says that grass clippings was the reason we started talking about it, but it's a state law, I think, was any person who drops, discharges, or permits to be dropped or thrown upon any roadway or thoroughfare any destructive or injurious material, but not limited to litter, garbage, trash, debris, leaves, grass clippings, or other vegetation shall remove the same. So that's all our resolution says as well, that if you put a mess in the yard or the street, you can clear it out. As I drive around the county, I noticed a little bit of it from homeowners, but last week I did see one where it looks, I saw a really terrible example of it last week. But as I drove by, I thought, even if we had a rule, it was such a long stretch of road, I don't know how that would be enforced, or I guess you could knock on doors and say, hey, were you the one that did this? I think it's one of my neighbors, so I have a couple homes, then there's a long stretch in a home and a long stretch in a home. It looks like a guy probably just did it out in front of his house, and he blew all of it in the road, and it was, a good couple inches of it.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a guy mowing his yard weekly and blowing it out in the road. Like, I've got a small section in front of my house where I don't have any other choice but to blow it out in the road. And I usually come back with my mower and blow it back the other direction. But if the car goes by in the meantime, it's already gone. Because it's mowed weekly and there's just not that much there. Now, if it's, somewhere where they mow it twice a year, big clumps out there, and, a much bigger difference. But,
Yeah, I've noticed it this summer. I don't know that it's more than normal, but maybe it's my awareness that makes me think it's more than normal. Yeah, I agree. I think a resolution is out there, and all we can do is publicize it and remind people once in a while that is a violation, or not a violation, it is against our wishes at any rate. The resolution states that, and that it is a safety hazard.
In this case, like you said, it wasn't in front of the person's home because the grass would have been low. They were mowing our county right away.
right.
Which is a fine, nice thing to do, I guess, if you blow it to the right and spill it to the left. Because the county does a pretty good job of keeping the roads mowed, but they haven't been down 500 north recently, so this guy took it upon himself to do it. You just can't blow it right in the road. So if it's, unless it's a problem with the review, I'll just post maybe the language on our Facebook page and remind people that, well, I won't remind them of anything, I'll just say that this is our resolution, our stand on it. Please be caring of your neighbor who might be on a motorcycle or might be or it could cause an injury. Is that fair enough? Do you have any problem with that?
No, I don't, and I think people driving our roads need to use extra caution, especially this time of the year with the farm machinery on the road, and that comes to mind in relation to this because there are going to be some debris from the fields, from the combines that are mowing or that are harvesting along the roads. They are going to blow some debris out on the roads occasionally. So this is a particularly trying time of the year for farmers on the roads.
I'll do that. Accent, I don't remember what the rest of their names, but what the name is, Accent Consulting or something, was the one that Sandy and I had met with 3 weeks ago now. And they were considering doing a bid on our management of our network for our internet and our computer system those things. Last week, they replied to, I think both of us, that they would say that they think that they need to do a network assessment, that would be needed to see where we are, what we have, before they could feel like they could give us a good bid, so to speak. And they said that they will do that for $5,000, and that it would take 2 techs on site for a couple days. And they said that if you do end up going with us, we'll roll that into your managed services. If you don't, it would be good for the third party to examine your system to make sure, to kind of back up what your people are doing, or to find holes in your system. So I think that's fine reasoning, I suppose. And I reached out to Ron yesterday, sent him an email at Matrix just to see what his thoughts were on that. Because if nothing else, I don't know that it would be a bad idea to have a third party look at our system. I don't know if $5,000 is the right price, or if that's exorbitant or cheap, I'm not sure. But because if it's anything like, it reminds me of whenever I bought a business before, and I noticed how awful that roof, the ceiling was in there, because I was examining the place. I was really looking at it deep with fresh eyes, where I'd been in the same building dozens of times before and never noticed. So it's kind of like when you're familiar with something, you can kind of oversee it or look something.
Kind of like our bridge inspections.
Bridge inspections might be a thing too, but it's
Take
good.
them out every 4 or 5 years.
Because if you look at the same thing every year, you may overlook it every year. And, I think Matrix does a fine job, but maybe it's a good idea, something to consider. Cybersecurity is always important. Or maybe they'll write back, I don't know, tell me something that changes my mind, but I thought it was an interesting thought. And we will have to select a managed service provider by the end of the month. Is that right? I think I asked to have it on the next agenda to make that determination. Do you have a comment?
No, I don't. It's an interesting thought. I don't know. I hadn't thought about that. When you first started talking about it, I thought they want $5,000 so they can learn whether or not, or how to bid our project. But I mean, you made a point about a third party evaluation. So I don't know. I haven't thought enough about it.
I think that is part of it, because we tried to explain to them in person and in emails of what we have, what our requirements are. For example, on Typo, we have 180 or 181 computers. We are going to have that many people that would have the ability to call you and ask questions, and you give them passwords and fix their printers and do all the stuff that Matrix does. And I try to tell them what Matrix does for us. But I guess that wasn't enough information for them to feel like they could bid properly. So I think this is partially to that this will give us a better idea of what you have, so we could bid appropriately. They don't feel like they know enough. But on the second thing, it is a security situation.
Would it concern us for somebody like that to do an evaluation of our system, knowing that they want to service our system? In other words, can we trust that evaluation? Can we trust that? Evaluation, is that the term you're using of our system? That it's an accurate evaluation, or is it leaning in such a way that
They would have a self-interest to find problems.
self-interest, yeah.
I agree that could be the case, but they would have to coordinate with Matrix to do this assessment for them to let them in and look around. So I think Matrix would be on board at the same time to kind of keep an eye
Can
on.
Matrix do the same service?
They could, but to what we said, they may think they're already doing 100% of what they need to do. They may be right, but they could be overlooking things. Then a third party might be fine.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, is this a third party you do, or because they have an interest in it too, so maybe if that's our goal, a third party, we need to find somebody who's do the assessment and then,
Hands off.
have my hands off.
This is one of those things I'd love to run by our staff IT guy.
See what he has to say.
Right, yeah. Love to get their opinion on it.
Work up a plan. We could approve it next year. Actually, I guess we couldn't because we're gonna be paying for this for 3 years. That's the Matrix contract is a 3-year
Well, we
contract.
can negotiate that,
We could, yeah, we could.
but if you do 3, you get a better deal.
No, I'm with you. Especially, and the thing I keep going back to is we're paying, let's round it down to $30 a month per terminal.
Mhm.
And they've said the majority of it is fixing printers and getting passwords.
Right.
That's low level stuff.
It's bigger than that.
Well, yeah, we still keep Matrix.
No, we just,
Or somebody like that, but we have somebody on staff that can help us.
We
Work
already
through
do
these-
that. We unlock people, we change passwords, we can
these
do that over
bidding.
there.
so why are those the two?
I look at it like
top
our,
two things that Matrix is getting.
It's not the top 2 things.
That's what they said.
I look at it
Well,
like
there's
our
one.
HR person. You know, we didn't know we needed it until we had him. You know, it took a while.
I'm not saying we don't need somebody, because, I mean, we do it over there now. I mean, we unlock people every Monday after Nancy cleans. I mean,
What,
people
she wiggle
get,
the
she
door or
makes the
something?
caps lock on, or they lock themselves out, or stuff. We unlock people all the time, I change passwords. I mean, it's, we do that.
No, like I said, I favor you, if you wanted to look into it and run with that, then it didn't hurt.
I think that's the ideal situation, if you get the ideal person in
It's
position.
gonna take more than one, because when that
Person
person's
or
not here,
persons in
sick,
a position.
vacation, training, whatever, they're not here.
I just keep,
It's
I
gonna
keep
take more.
thinking back to our experience at the high school, when we went from contracted service to hiring somebody on site, and then that didn't work out, so we went back to contracted service, and then back to, we flipped back and forth for over maybe 20 years or something, but, you've gotta have the right person in the position.
Right. But a lot of positions work like that.
No,
I mean, our
they do.
HR is a good example,
They do,
you know.
no, they do.
Same way, I'm sure the first time we got a highway engineer, you don't know 100% how they're gonna work out in that position. And you're not saying, let's get rid of them, it would still be,
Right.
maybe spend 110,000 with them and 80,000 with an on-site person. Yep, no, I'm with you. We still have a few more minutes. I want to share this with you. Pardon?
Stuart has canceled, I asked him about the surplus.
So,
He hasn't got back to me yet.
Here, if you'll take one of these and pass it over, I don't think I didn't email it to you. Judge Burkamp shared this with me. This came from the Office of the General Counsel, and it was to the Indiana judicial officers such as himself, and it was some vaccine guidance. And one of the things that they are, so House Bill 1405 this year prohibited the state or local unit from requiring a COVID-19 immunization passport or similar document. But there are other ways to incentivize employees to provide proof of vaccination. One way is to require staff. I guess there's a couple, and I'm not saying I approve or disapprove of any of these, I'm just telling you what I've read out of this, is that there are rules where they could, you could require any staff who doesn't provide proof of vaccine to wear masks and undergo testing. That'd be one thing you could do. Another option would be to provide additional benefit time, paid time off to people who did show you that, look, I am vaccinated, to encourage it. So if somebody wanted, say we get 2 extra PTO days, you say, look, here's my card, here's my proof that I've done it, and they would get that. Or I will now get my shot because of that. There's another one that said gift cards of nominal value could be given to employees who provide proof of vaccination. So that's something that this says. The part that concerns me, a couple things concern me about it. If we require it, and there's from what I know about it, there's a low possibility of very bad side effects, like very low possibility that that could happen. But if we are doing things where we're trying to push people to do it, if we are one of those, if one of our employees has one of those very bad side effects, then we have a liability because we've really encouraged something and they have that bad side effect. For example, I don't know, what was the Johnson & Johnson was doing something to people, I don't know, if it was their lungs or their heart or something. There, it was still a very tiny one out
Rare
of the.
situation, but there was something.
Yeah, there was something there, so I would just say that, you know, that makes me nervous, of course. And then the other part that makes me nervous is that, yeah, let's say that 50% of our staff, I have no idea, but 50% of our staff was vaccinated already. I mean, really, according to the law, the other 50% could say, I have a religious opposition to this, and they could write that down, and they could get a waiver, or they could provide information that they feel they have a disability, and they wouldn't have to do it. So one of those two things, people can still get a waiver and earn whatever incentive it is. Yeah, that, and the incentive would have to be given even if they don't get the vaccination. So, I don't know, I just wanted to pass that to you and see if either of you had any thoughts on it. Because Judge Burkamp, I think, I don't know the words of it enough, but he shared that with me, and I'll just share it with you. Commissioner House, any thoughts?
I would not be in favor of any kind of vaccine mandate for our employees,
Even if you word it as an incentive?
even if I were, yes. Yeah, no, not at all. I think people should be free to choose, and those who are vaccinated are protected and need not worry about those who are not. And those who are not have made their decision for whatever reason. It may be a health concern, it may be that they've already had COVID and therefore they feel protected. Whatever that reason, I think is an individual's right to choose, and I won't support a mandate for that reason.
Commissioner Brown, any thoughts?
Well, I think we also need to be concerned about the community aspect of it and the load that it presents to our health workers in the hospitals and so forth. And that's our concern as well. I think the incentive part of it, and I think, first of all, I think it's too early. I'm not saying it's too early. Maybe we should have done this months ago, I don't know, but if, you know, as time moves along here, it will become more clear what society is doing with this and how businesses are treating it and how other government agencies are treating it and so forth. So I think we've got some learning to do with it yet. But your point about incentives, you know, we can, if, and I'm not saying we should, but if we ever come to some kind of a mandate of some type, it might be a testing mandate with a vaccination exemption, something like that. That goes right along with your exemptions. So, you know, just think of it in that mindset. In fact, what the federal government has proposed through OSHA is that it's a testing mandate with a vaccine or vaccination exemption is what it is. They're not requiring the vaccination, they're requiring tests unless you can vaccinate it. Just a different way of looking at it. But I'm not, no, I'm not ready to do anything yet this morning or anything, and I know that's not what you're asking, but
Right, I'm not.
this is just more information, and more information will come our way.
I mean, I think they're all interesting, and if I can see good arguments for them, for a lot of this and for against it. If it was up to me, you know, I think everybody that can get it, I'd like for them to get it. I don't know that I want to either directly or indirectly force people to do it. I think that's probably my problem.
I'm not I'm vaccinated, I'm not anti-vaccine, but I'm anti-make people do it. Mandates are just, Ellie's right, you can wear an N95 mask and protect yourself. You can get the vaccine and protect yourself, and if you choose not to, I think at this point, we all know you might get sick. So it's not like people are out here running around thinking, well, I'm never gonna get it. We know what we're up against, so just don't think it's right to make people do that.
And if you mandate the vaccine, no ifs, ands, and bars, no incentives, nothing like that, then you run up against the religious objections and all of the other so-called legitimate exemptions or exceptions to that. Whereas if you say, okay, you can have all the reasons that you don't want to get it in the world, then you're going to test, or you're going to do this.
I think that's overly burdensome as well. We're
Well,
not testing
it may
for the
be
flu.
and I'm not proposing that we do that. I'm saying that that's another way to look at our options.
I wouldn't support that either.
I think that, then we'll get to Mr. Shanefeld, he's up next, but I think the only thing that I think about the argument that I've heard with those vaccines that we don't, because this kind of goes against my own argument, I don't want to force anybody to do it, but then again, I don't want my son going to school with kids that haven't been vaccinated. You know, we've been forcing vaccinations on school children for a long time. If I wanted to travel, I had to get different vaccinations, and and all this is before COVID, and there's another place, where else do you have to get vaccinated? So if you want to join the military, you gotta have this, and this,
But in that case, you're talking about vaccines with 10+ years of, track data, and now we're talking about one with a little over a year. So, I think people have a right to feel a little suspicious about it. For whatever reason, I'm not one of those people, but, let people come to their own conclusion, and, we'll get through this. I think as far as government's concerned, we need to kind of step away from it, because people are smart enough at this point and educated enough, they should know what decision they're making. We're a free country, and it's like to stay that way.
all right, thank you for the discussion. Mr. Shanefeld, you're coming today to ask about a switch of a part-time position to a full-time.
The numbers, we made a couple of tweaks, I think, last year to try to get back some of the things that we're allowed to get reimbursed on. Other than that, though, I've amended it. Bill, I can't recall if I sent it to you, but I just changed the numbers per your request in the letter, is what the board has.
I was out of the office last week, so I haven't seen anything great, but I trust it's there. If not, I can call you about it or certainly about it. So.
In short, the lease amount would be increasing by $50 per month on our annual rent. The one I did have that I didn't understand was it says that the maintenance was $316 per month, is what it is currently.
Yeah.
But then in your next paragraph, it says we do not object to capping them at $329 per month for budgeting purposes. I didn't know why that $13 is different.
I may have had a typo in my letter. What I was asking for was an increase from the current level to the new level of 329. And so I may have misphrased that.
I didn't know if it was, I just didn't want us to have a
That's how I read
miscommunication.
it. I think it was.
I think that it's not a typo, it's poor draftsmanship on my part. So,
But you are wanting
I wanted to
$329.
increase to $329 a month and cap it at that. Anything over that amount is my responsibility, as it is now.
Sure.
Except if it's $390. So in effect, I'm asking for a $50 a month rent increase, and the increase on those types of expenses, per month.
I think both asks are reasonable.
Yeah, I just read it this morning, so I haven't had time to think through it real carefully, but, I'm open to a reasonable inflation, call it an inflationary increase in,
Yeah.
price, and it looks like the rent is about 6%. I don't know how long it's been at that number.
It's just a year. What I've done, Elmer, is I'm trying to get the rent up to market rent. I believe it's below market rent right now based on and I haven't revisited it recently, but there was a big enough spread. I thought it was below market rent, but rather than asking you to get it all bumped up in 1 year, I've been doing it basically at this $50 a month per year. So I think this is maybe the second or third time we've done that, and I'll probably continue to do it until at least I feel it's market rent. And one of the people I've been unfairly or unfairly leaning on is on the county council. And I've talked to them about this, and I don't anticipate, they haven't approved the budget yet, but I don't anticipate a problem because nobody expressed any concern when I asked, so we could have a discussion while I was there about it. Mike Kleesner, who obviously in his prior life was involved in that business, I think they kind of looked to him to make sure that we're not exceeding market rent. So, and that's what I've been trying to do with the lease. So.
I too feel it's a fair value for what we're getting down there. The community knows where the location is. No reason to upset the cart at this point. In the future, if we decide not to rent it anymore or we build a new facility, then we'll cross that bridge when it comes, but I don't think we're there yet. I believe Mr. Schneer does have a contract prepared, but I don't know if he has a copy
Maybe he
available.
went over to get a copy.
Oh, is that what he did?
I don't know, he just got up, so maybe he went over to get a copy.
So what I'd like to do is just make a motion that we accept the terms of the agreement and that we can sign it outside of the meeting if necessary, or if he brings it back, we'll do it today. So I would move that we agree to the terms of $900 per month for annual rent and an amount not to exceed $329 per month for maintenance items.
Okay, I'll second your motion. I thought I was double checking the numbers.
That's fine.
And
Mr. Chair, do you have a copy of the contract?
I do have it.
Excellent.
900 per month,
Yes.
and what else?
$329 per month of budget, maintenance items. Thanks, sir. All right, we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion on the issue? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for that, John.
You're welcome. And, Sandy, will you attest to these signatures, or you notarize them, Mr. Sheriff?
I will.
Not a notary.
Yeah, I thought we could go ahead and just get that knocked out. That was, that's probably the easier of the two issues today. So we'll have that signed.
There's just one signature line, correct?
I believe so. Just from the letter provided to us from Mr. Shannefeld, I'll see here that it says that he's scheduled on our appointment today to elevate a staff position from part-time to full-time. The current staffing authorization is 2 full-time and 1 part-time positions. And just for people that may not know, it's for the Child Support Division, the 4D administrator, the caseworker, and the deputy prosecutor, Mr. Shannefeld. And I believe there was a recent resignation of their current part-time employee, and they're hoping to get a strong candidate or a strong applicant to take that position over, or a expanded, position to full-time. Does that sound accurate?
That's the only salient point that it's mentioned in the letter that was not mentioned in your rephrasing the letter was that, as you may recall, I was here before you about 2.5, 3 years ago and requested the full-time position. And you asked me in good faith you authorized part-time, asked me in good faith to make it work. And you said if it didn't work, come back. And so I'm back. And actually, as a reference in the letter, I was going to, I made a decision that we needed to elevate it to 3rd time. I was going to try to get that implemented sometime next year. It got accelerated somewhat because the part-time person resigned, as a reference in the letter. So now it's sort of desire to get it bumped up to full-time. Ms. Morton has advised that even if I got approval from you and the county council, that it would be next February before I can get the full-time money authorized. So there'll be at least that delay. So assuming approval from you and the county council, which I have to meet with them later this month to get their approval on it, if you approve it, will be to make a decision as to whether we authorize, we advertise with a promise that, if they're successful in the job, part-time will go to full-time next February with benefits, or we wait, limp along till then to just bring somebody in right away on with the full-time position in place. And if you decline it, or the county council declines it, then I'll be a good soldier and try to do the best I can. As I referenced in the letter, I don't think it's going to work out. It didn't work out the last time, and I think you all well know the employment situation is gotten tighter than it was 2.5, 3 years ago. So, but anyway, that's anything else I can answer questions or restate what I put in the letter. Try to lay out. The only thing that I didn't put in the letter because I just received, the information and reminding me I should have put it in the letter. The fiscal year, but two points that aren't in the letter, that should be in the letter. The county council is more familiar with this because I, say it every time I go up to them, but, right now, any dollar you authorize to get spent this year, you approve this, any additional cost, coming out of the county treasury, if you will be 1/3 of whatever you authorize. So 2/3 of the money right now is reimbursed by the state, by the federal government through the state. So any dollar increase in cost that my department costs the county, 2/3 of that will be reimbursed. And that's part of what Greg referenced in setting up the lease so that we could get maximum contribution. The only thing they don't like to reimburse or won't reimburse is rent going to me because I'm an insider. I don't know if that's their term. In terms of, so we have the lease set up to get maximum reimbursement on all the expense items out of the lease we can. So you get your 2/3 reimbursement. It's actually the first 19,000 is 100% reimbursement, but I'm not including that because that's already there. You're not gonna, you add to that, that base is already covered 100%. And everything over, every dollar over that is the 1/3, 2/3 arrangement. So that's an important point, I think, for budgeting purposes that I should have mentioned in the letter and didn't. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I didn't think about it, we just got these. We got, the federal government works on a fiscal year basis, which ends September 30. So the current fiscal year figures we have would be for the end of September 2019. So a little bit dated, but because of the performance of our office at the level we were at for that time frame, we were able to bring a little over $48,000 of incentive money back to the county. Now that money doesn't go into the general county treasury, but the prosecutor's office receives half of it. My office receives a quarter of it, and the clerk's office receives a quarter. So in addition to your cost outlay, we're bringing money back in to the county each year. I have no reason to believe that $48,000 figure has gone down. And I'm not suggesting to you that, I'm going to make it go up to cover the extra cost. But I'd like to think I can, with full-time, in addition to meeting performance criteria, and addressing the needs of the citizens of the county, but I can also increase that incentive number and get some of that money also coming back in to these various parts. So what I do with the money that comes to me, for example, is, I don't know what other department heads do, but I assume what other department heads have to do, they either have to kind of guess or theorize or think about what they have to put in their budget for a big ticket item, piece of equipment or something, and maybe they have it on depreciation schedules and they have to budget for that, or maybe they just don't budget for that and they have to come in and ask for an additional appropriation every time they have a big ticket item they have to spend money on. I have the advantage, because I have those funds, I don't put that in my budget. So I'm able to give you a more specific budget that's going to be truer because I don't have to guess about when I'm going to replace a piece of equipment or something. So a piece of equipment from my office might be a computer or a copier or something of that nature. So I take that money out of there. And we also have a couple of expensive items that I've just routinely taken out of there every year. A software requirement or something, everything in our office is scanned into a system. So those types of things, instead of putting them, when they were created, might have been created mid-year, instead of putting those into the budget, I've just kept those off the budget, and I'm paying those out of these incentive funds every year. So that again is a savings to the county. And I think, I'm assuming other offices are doing the same thing with their monies. They're making smart, valuable, draws out of that and not having to ask you or the county council for money to fund.
What do you do with your funds?
His office is all 40, so he can spend all of his money on anything in his office. We're limited, so when we bought a copier a couple of years ago, the county general pays for part of that, but then part of those incentive funds pays for that. It can help pay for anything that's 40 child support related. Every single item that we purchase as office supplies, a portion of it gets paid out of our incentive funds.
So do you have a fund that kind of builds over time as it comes in, and
Yeah.
if you have an expense, you correct? So, thank you for the explanation of what you do, and as I mentioned, everybody that comes in front of us, if they ask for something, and they've got a way to pay for it, I always like that, and you got a way to pay for at least a portion of this, so that makes the conversation a little bit different. I guess a couple questions that I had as I read through this, what is the current pay for the part-time person? Are you aware of their hourly amount or their yearly amount, either of those numbers? I guess I wanted to know what we were offering to the public for this position first.
Unfortunately, I did not bring my, budget request.
And does that probably have the previous year? I could have looked myself, I just thought maybe you had it on. top of your
I'm
head.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
I probably should have prepared that.
Currently, you have how many full-time? One, two?
2 full-time.
Two full-time, you have a deputy prosecutor.
Well, I'm not considered
deputy.
part, I'm a deputy
One is a
prosecutor.
deputy.
But I'm salaried.
Administrator.
So just so I'm not unintentionally misleading you, when I'm talking about these positions, I'm not including myself. Okay. And I work this job on a part-time basis.
Okay.
And I have the entire 45 years that I've done this for the county, it's always been on a part-time. The only difference is the last before 2.5 years ago, I worked full-time as an attorney besides doing this job for the county part-time. And that, I've stopped doing that, I'm just doing this part-time for the county. That's all I do now.
Now you're part-time,
I'm just, pardon me?
now you're part-time is your only.
This part-time position is my only-
Part-time and if it's the only thing you're doing, it becomes full-time.
Unfortunately, sometimes that's true.
No, I'm just looking at the list of wage classifications here, and this may be a little bit old, but, yeah, deputy prosecutor would be yourself, and then you have an administrator,
I have an administrator,
caseworker,
yes,
those are full-time.
that's correct.
And then there's a secretary.
Yeah, and that's really a budget, that's kind of a misnomer, the way that's classified. Those two positions ideally, what's classified as a secretary and classified as a caseworker, they're the exact same position. So they ought to be called caseworkers, and neither one of them is a secretary. And, if I or any person thought about a secretary, these are not secretarial positions. I'd argue they're paralegal positions. And they're classified, your budget classifications, and I don't know what they are off the top of my head, I don't have that along. Everyone in the county has a budget classification.
Yes.
They all have acronyms, COMSOC, whatever.
Kuma too, probably.
They're the
For this
same,
position,
whatever they
probably.
are, they're the same, yeah. And then the administrator has a higher classification for her salary. And her salary rate is different than the other two positions.
So this would be the same as the caseworker, is what we're talking about here.
Right.
So the administrator, the higher level of the employees, what is her work schedule? 35 hours or 40 hours?
So the situation in my office, and this is somewhat inherited from when I had a private office, and we needed to distinguish, them working for my firm or working for the child support office. The arrangement I had with actually the predecessor to Sandy was that we need to make sure on the two full-time people that they were working full-time for the county.
Mhm.
Which and the way it was explained to me, the way it worked out is if they took a paid day off and they got 7 hours for a paid day off, they had to be working on average 35 hours a week. And that's what they've done. I think right now they're probably working more than average 35 hours a week. And I discussed with them bumping it up. I think they're content with getting paid a PTO day. They call it now. PTO day is for them is 7 hours. So they work at least 35 hours a week. There are weeks when they might work. I'd say most weeks on average they're working more than 30 hours a week, but it does not exceed 40 hours a week. I have no money for overtime, and in my prior life, I knew about FLSA, the Federal Labor Requirement, so I make sure that I don't, if somebody works an overtime hour, they get by accident, they get paid for it and they're chastised for it. because I have no budget
They're
for
paid
it.
hourly, so.
I was gonna say, the current, I don't know what the book says on this employee, but I'm going with Michelle. Her wage times 40 hours a week times 52 weeks gives her max salary. So I guess at least wage-wise and budget-wise, she's set up for 40 hours currently.
That's probably close to that, Chad, what I did, and I explained this fully to the council, again, I don't have all this stuff with me, or all the stuff I presented to the council. I made sure that I covered them as to what I thought they were gonna work average over the course of the year. It might have been 40 hours for budget purposes, it might have been somewhere between 35 and 40. It might have been 39 and a fraction, it might have been 38. Michelle's the bad person to use because she's at a higher pay rate. If you use the other pay rates in the office, they're the same. That's what really this position is. And for budget purposes, they've been budgeted anywhere between 35 and 40 hours a week. I mean, I just know from practice that they're never gonna work 40 hours a week. So I don't try to ask for more money than I honestly know I'm gonna need. If I fall short at the end of the year, I can get a transfer. I don't have to come in and ask for more money, I'm just transferring, and I had to do that once in 40 years.
The reason I brought it up is I was hoping that you were gonna say, oh, Michelle works 35 hours. And I could say, well, what if we do the part-time person, we pay her for 5 additional hours a month because she's a skilled person that we already have. I'm just looking, I was examining alternatives before we just approve a full-time
Well,
person.
if you ask me to try something like that, I'd be happy to do it. And it could be that my ignorance, and it could be that the law has changed, but I remember when the Affordable Care Act came out, there was a big concern about having employees, if you were classifying them as part-time, having them work more than 30 hours a week.
29, is that what it is?
30 is full-time.
Well, 30 is full-time.
And that was the problem I had with setting something up the way you suggested. So, there's not a whole lot of difference. The part-time position oftentimes bumped up right to 30 hours a week. They would work 29 hours a week by design.
You can have somebody seasonal, and, I mean, that's for the year, that's an average.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I mean, you work 30 hours this week, and that's all you, and then you 25 the rest of the year, that's not considered full-time, it's time.
Now, the other thing, again, unless you authorize some change, getting back to, as I explained before, how PTO time is calculated in my office, and with basically what the girls, the full-time people want, is if they get 7 hours PTO, because they're working at least on average 35 hours a week, and they don't care that they're working more than 35 a week. Their PTO is 7 hours. So if I hire somebody and they have benefits, their PTO is, unless you change something or tell me I have different authorization, in order to get 7 hours of PTO, they're gonna have to average 35 hours a week.
Yes, our 40-hour people get an 8-hour day, an 8-hour PTO.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so I'll be quiet for a minute if you have any questions or comments.
Well, again, I just read your letter this morning, so I haven't thought through all of the alternatives and ramifications from this. I'm inclined to support it, but I don't know that I'm ready to. I don't know. Are you wanting to go to the council the end of this month?
Yeah, I think the council is, I did bring my calendar.
I don't know if it's prudent to delay our decision until next meeting.
It could be done in, I guess, a couple different ways. It's the chicken and the egg story, and I don't know if it matters which is which here. I have a meeting with the county council, 4:45 on Monday, October 25. So if you're gonna meet between now and then, we can do it that way, or if you're gonna meet after that, I could just go in front of the county council, tell them that you're considering it, get their approval first, and then come back to you at a meeting in November. I would like to get this done as soon as possible, so that if we wanna go ahead and advertise and get somebody with the promise full-time, we would be able to do that. Or no, we're not gonna get that and just get on, because we are limping along right now.
We do meet before then. We meet in 2 weeks again. So I think that would be my suggestion, that we hold off and address it again in 2 weeks after we've had some time to talk about it or think about it.
I think that's fine. I do think it's probably a good idea to help Mr. Schoenfeld and make a determination this month so that he can move forward one way or the other. Because as of now, you're short-staffed by at least a half-time person at a minimum. The other thing I guess I would, another thought that I have is there another way to handle the work? That'd be one. And to my understanding, this wasn't brought up at budget time, so like you said, you would have to get an additional appropriation if we went to full-time, you'd have to do that next year. And then, you haven't made an attempt to find a qualifying part-time person, but are you saying even if you found a qualified part-time person at this wage, you still think you need a full-time person?
Yeah, what had happened is I'd already made a decision that I felt I needed full-time, and my plan was to ask for that, but admittedly, it's gonna be next year I was gonna ask for it.
Okay.
And come in sometime next year and make the request. This is just accelerated because now, this is the time to do it. My educated opinion on this, having gone through this once, and I had reservations, but I wanted to try to, you asked me in good faith to do it, and I wanted to do that. I just felt that was the appropriate way to handle things. I said, well, that's not gonna work. I made an attempt, and it didn't work. I think the employment situation has gotten harder for employers, not easier for employers in that time frame from then till now. I just don't see it working now. If we're gonna go through the process again, I'd like to be able to offer a full-time position with benefits. I want to try to be able to get a qualified person for the job. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy job because I referenced in my letter, it requires a level of intelligence and intellect and what have you. You have to understand the overall picture. You have to understand what you're doing and why. You have to decide what you're going to do. And you have to be doing that somewhat independently. It just doesn't work. I or the administrator or another staff person. Now, training is one thing. Getting up to speed is one thing. And the job is, sort of like the practice of law. They call it the practice of law because you are always learning. And this job, even Michelle, is always learning. But at a certain point, you have to be able to run with it on your own. And certain department heads, larger departments, they might be able to fit an employee into a position where the widgets come down the assembly line and they know which widget to put in which box. But they have to have certain employees that know if there's a problem with the assembly line, what to do, or how to change out the assembly line or whatever. And that requires a different type of employee and a different skill set. And that's it's the best I can try to.
And is the ask for this person to be 35, 37, 40-hour employee?
The plan would have been, if I just got general authority, to probably put them in exactly where I put the other employee right now, the other full-time job classification employee. Just use those same numbers is what you would be looking at. So if you look at the full-time position for the caseworker, I think it's called, or secretary, whatever it's called, that's what we are asking for. Right. But I have no objection if we don't run afoul of the Affordable Care Act, and we adjust the PTO however you decide it to be adjusted. I don't say you cannot work more than 35 hours a week. Period. That would be no big deal. I would consider that full time. There are many county offices where I believe 35 hours a week is full time.
We have everywhere between 35 and, Brent, what are you guys, 45? So we've got everybody from 35 to 45 and they're all full-time.
Sure.
So I guess I would suggest if you could, before next time we meet, talk with Marky Rhodes or Human Resources and find out what that other person's position is so we can match them. I would, at a minimum, match them if we proceed to go that way. And also, do the benefits get reimbursed at the 2/3 as well? Or is
Yes.
it just salary?
Every nickel gets reimbursed The only problem that there's any question or issue, well, of course, I can't take a vacation to Aruba, but any legitimate expense that they
Right.
will not cover 2/3 is something that goes, a rent check that goes to Bill and Linda Shadyfeld. That seems to be their only problem. Everything else can be, I can even have legitimate expense that reimburse it to me. It's all 2/3 reimbursement, every nickel.
I think I've exhausted my questions here. Commissioner Hofstadter?
No, I don't really have any questions. I can wait until you come back, and if I do, I know where to contact you.
Okay, very good.
Commissioner Brown?
I just had one more question, and you addressed it, whether or not you had talked to HR about all of this, and I think you need to.
I certainly will. I'm fairly certain that I'll make sure I talk to Mark. I'm pretty sure I know all the answers. The problem is I don't have the information here to cite it to you, but I'm confident I know what the answers are. But I'll make sure I run it by you.
No, one question.
Yes.
Your part-time person is willing to take the full-time position, correct?
No, he lost.
Well,
I thought you had 2 part-time.
no, one part-time. The
Okay.
part-time person resigned.
I got you. Okay.
So she's not.
Yeah.
All right, I got you. I misunderstood. I was thinking you had 1 full-time and 2 part-time.
As far as your next meeting, I don't know when that is or when I'm available or even if you need or want me here.
9:15 on the,
October 18th.
so if you can't make it, you can let us know.
I definitely cannot make that. I will, I can't be there that day. I got a very important engagement with my grandson's birthday that day, so hopefully, apologize for me on that one. Hopefully I can, I won't be around, but hopefully,
Do you want them to discuss it though?
my thought on that is, you're gonna be 18th, if there's a feeling you need to have me here again, as when I get back, I'll rearrange something. I'll go ahead with the county council and try to meet with you guys as soon as I can in November. I think that would be the plan. If for some reason you need me here on the 18th to have other further questions or discussion,
I think
that would work.
I think it would be possible too. I mean, if you have a discussion with HR director, then he could bring in any, maybe Bill doesn't need to be here, I don't know.
We should at least have the discussion.
But I can make arrangements for Michelle to attend too, and she could have some of the budget documents too. I just plan on that. October 18th. At what time?
9:15?
9:15? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thanks so much.
Very much appreciate your consideration.
So we are, I talked too much, so we're considerably behind schedule, but our next person up is Dr. Richard Moss. Has some comments on, let him tell us what his comments are on. Good morning.
Good morning, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
So I wanted to talk about our new religion in America, the religion of COVID, and its sacraments, which include the vaccine and the mask. And I think it would be useful to look back over the last 18 months and see, all that we went through, and really for a lie, in terms of the lockdowns and the shutdowns and school closures, quarantining, social distancing and everything, and then of course the masks. And none of it really had any effect on the trajectory of the virus. We did all of that. We destroyed our economies and destroyed businesses, and tens of millions of jobs that were lost, and kids, taken out of school, and a tremendous loss for them. And, we still had, we have 700,000 deaths in the country. We've had half the country's been infected, more than 140 million Americans. And so when you consider policies that we employed that were never done before in our nation's history, all the epidemics and pandemics that we've had, and we've had plenty, including ones that were more deadly than this. But we never did this, and the shutdowns, lockdowns, universal masks, and everything else. So it's reasonable to ask, did it have any effect? It's amazing the lack of analysis of a policy that was so destructive in terms of the collateral damage that it did. Did it help with the virus? The answer clearly is that it had no benefit to the virus. The virus, it would be like shutting down, kicking kids out of school and putting masks on to stop an earthquake, or to keep the oceans from rising. Has no effect. Had no effect. It cannot have an effect. It's God and nature, and there's certain things we just have to go through and do the least amount of damage that we can. But we know the damage. I mentioned the economic fallout, and then the kids missing out on school, and all of the diagnoses and serious diseases that went untreated because people were afraid to come in. And I would say, so all of that we did was for naught. And so I'd like to just share that sentiment with you, that we should be very careful about these really destructive policies. And certainly in our wonderful little county here, that we, maybe stand, if this ever comes down again, and it will, because this seems to be like the new fallback position. Anytime there's a spike or a surge, I guess we're gonna do the masks and Zoom, and kids are gonna, be kept out of school, we're gonna lock down, shut down, I would hope that here we have some sense about it. And always the recommendation, that I would make, and I think many would make, is that you protect the at-risk populations. And certainly with COVID, it's always been the old and the sick. If you're, old or above 70, or you have the significant comorbidities, they should be protected, vaccinate them and booster and on down the line. And, up to them, of course. I wouldn't force a vaccine on anyone. I think that should always be up to the person. But the rest should really go through the virus. And, the young, healthy ones get through it. They have natural immunity, which we're learning is far stronger than the vaccine. And we're seeing how the vaccine loses its efficacy in a few months. And so many patients that are coming in now were previously vaccinated. And if you look at a country like Israel, which is sort of ground zero for the vaccine, it's 90%. And all of their admissions are obviously with 90% being vaccinated, they've all been vaccinated. So you've got a vaccine that, and we were never told this, that is not that effective. It loses its efficacy. And then if you're gonna have natural immunity and then force a vaccine on them, which, as you may know, increases the risk because your immune system is sort of primed, and so all the autoimmune phenomenon, the clots and the inflammation that we hear about, go up, those risks go up in somebody that is already has attained natural immunity. And to force them also to get vaccinated is truly absurd and very dangerous. So I would say, as far as the masks go, they have no benefit. And again, that's where I get into this sort of religious quality about COVID, and masks being sort of the dominant sacrament that everyone seems to be, not everyone, many people are big on, but the masks do nothing. Even the great N95 mask, it says right on the label, it will not prevent the transmission of disease or infection. And certainly viruses would be part of that. Now, most of us are wearing cloth masks. They are truly useless. And as you may know, we wear them over and over again, we put them in our pocket, we touch them really bad. It's not that it doesn't do anything, it actually causes harm. So I would urge you to be very leery of mask mandates because, first of all, they don't help. And second of all, they cause harm. And they become contaminated, they have bacteria and viruses and fungi and parasites, and they cause diseases. I've seen a lot of very bizarre, weird skin infections and sinus infections in my practice as well. So I want you to be aware that the masks are truly useless, and we should avoid that sort of fallback position that so many states and counties and individuals have of mask. Well, they don't help and they cause harm. So maybe resist that temptation. I would also say that we have the benefit of, nations like Sweden and Scandinavian countries that didn't do all of the lockdowns, shutdowns, masks, and they've gone through it. They've had their surges and spikes, but they got through it, and their numbers are no worse than the rest of Europe, just like Florida is no worse than many other states. It's got densely populated, they're an elderly population. A lot of people go there to retire, as we know, and their numbers were better than California, where they did all of the lockdowns and the shutdowns. So I would, invite you to consider that as well. So what I am, and then let me just also say that just in terms of legal or moral or constitutional reasons, I would say if you have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and you have the right to free speech and the right to, bear arms, you ought to have the right to breathe. You ought to have the right to your own personhood, that you can wear what you want to wear and not wear what you don't want to wear. And I think that is every bit as fundamental a right, a sort of God-given natural law right, a constitutional right to not be forced to wear masks. So anyway, I'm wanting to share with you some thoughts. We have this little lull. Okay, so we had all that we went through. We had the lie about 15 days to flatten the curve. It became 15 months to flatten the country. No effect on the virus, as I already mentioned. So then we sort of seemed to go through that. Then we had this other little spike and surge. It was the Delta variant. And then everyone started panicking again. And okay, lockdown, shutdown, kick the kids out of school and put the masks on. Okay, so unnecessary, no benefit. Then those numbers are sort of going down a little bit now, because that's what happens with spikes and surges. It goes up and it goes down. So while we have a little bit of a lull now, I would ask you to think about, what's going to be our reaction with the next spike. There's always going to be viruses. If it's COVID or a variant of COVID or another virus, there's going to be a virus coming down the pike. That's, again, life, that's nature. We will have the surges and spikes year round. I hope that we will not reflexively go to this fallback position of lockdown, shutdown, quarantine, and mask everyone, kick the kids out of school. Now, some of that is not your jurisdiction, but as far as the lockdowns and the masks, I think some of that is. I mentioned at a previous meeting that the Board of Health should not have the authority to lock down, shut down anything other than a restaurant that's poisoning its customers. Of course, they do inspections, that's per protocol, we understand that. But as far as sweeping universal lockdowns and forced masks, that would be under you, not them. And so I ask you to keep an eye on him as well. On them, on the Du Bois County Board of Health as well. So I hope that you will be wary of this fallback position, that it seems to be like a reflex now, something we've never done before, something that had no benefit, had no effect on the trajectory of the virus, but massive destructive collateral damage. I would ask that you resist that should it come around again, and it will come around again, because it always does. That's called nature. And that's about it, my friends. I appreciate your time. I'm going to give you each, this is something I gave to my good friends over at the board of the school board. some information about masks, so you'll have it as well. And might be useful for you, so I'll let you have that.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Moss.
Hey, my pleasure.
Anybody have any comments? Anything for Dr. Moss?
I do not.
All right.
All right.
Thanks a lot. then.
Thank
See
you. Have a
around.
good day.
Okay.
Office space needs, Chelsea Brewer with Purdue Extension.
All right, hi,
Good
how
morning.
are you guys?
Good morning.
Good. I have a few papers for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the letter I just gave you explains a little bit about what we're asking for, but I just want to talk real quickly about it. It's not been a secret that we have been hoping and praying that our fairy godmother just poofs and gives us a new office space because we have greatly outgrown it. As it is right now, we have employees sitting in the hallway, and we got granted funds from the USDA and the SNAP Ed program to hire 2 additional regional people who will have their home base in our office. We have no space for them. Right now, we're kind of rotating, like, who needs a chair? Here you go. So we really do need a greater space for this. We have been shopping around, just kind of independently seeing what's out there, and we happened upon the old HLF building, which I gave you a copy of these plans. It would allow us to go from 2,200 square feet to a little over 4,200 square feet. So a huge increase in space. It would give us all the office space we need, as well as a 50-person classroom and a demonstration kitchen that can hold 15 to 20 people. This is in the letter as well. So with this building as well, it is down to the studs, and the owner is willing to build it out for us at no cost to us. So we tell him we want a wall here, and he'll put a wall there. So that really is a very unique situation. A lot of the office spaces we were looking at you get them as they are, right? So that really attracted us to this building in particular. With the addition to the space means we have, of course, additional rent that we need. Our rent would increase to $4,000, but that includes property taxes and utilities, so it would be $4,000 flat. And he is looking for a long-term lease to sign that, to lock that in, he said, for about 5 years, but he's willing to negotiate that.
Could he not do like what your current one does and get an exemption for that part since they're renting to the government? And then he would have property taxes on that section, which would reduce your rent.
I have no idea,
How much are you doing all 3 levels or?
just the top floor.
Building is,
Yes,
Second
great,
floor.
great question, yes, the
Or
second
corner
floor.
where Flicks used to be.
Yes, so there's a basement, or the main floor, and then we
I
would
used to
do
work down in the building.
the top floor where WBC used to be. Yes. That's a great question. I don't know how all that funding works, because it goes through Purdue and then it comes down to us through employees.
I know your current one gets an exemption for the parking. It's
That
rented
we
to the government.
rent or to the USDA government.
I think it's all.
All of it? Oh, okay. That's great. I'll bring that up to him for sure, and we can discuss that.
I mean, it's something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. But I did want to talk a little bit about the advantages of moving to this space. So the 50-person classroom would allow us to conduct our own programming, like our Spark Clubs for 4-H, like Clover Gaming, where we teach kids about strategy and critical thinking. There's STEAM Spark Clubs, which the schools took the kids all the way up to Crane. Can you imagine the money they spent on that? And we could have done that here locally, right? Had we had the space, we could have done that for them. We have the same kits that Crane has. We have Master Gardeners, we're renting library space. Farm Safety, we have to rent out space for this. In the demonstration kitchen, we could have a baking spark club. That was one of our most successful spark clubs last year. We can have food demonstrations, those SNAP Ed, Nutrition Education Program Assistants is their title. they teach cooking demonstrations. So if we have a space for them to teach, we would have a lot greater attendance, right? As in addition to, selfishly, my program would use that a lot. We have a balcony space you can see on our plans, a balcony space where we could do vertical gardening programs as well as cooking demonstrations. The possibilities are endless with this space. The kind of nifty little thing that you might enjoy about these two spaces are that they are in high need in the county. So when we called the library to book a spot over not spring break, I wish it was spring break, fall break, they were all booked. We can't get a room. So we have the capacity for shared use agreements with this 50-person classroom as well as a shared demo kitchen. People could pay us rent to rent those out when we're not using them. And then this is in the very, very early stages of negotiation, but I've talked with Ryan a little bit with it. This community, actually this region, there's not even one in Evansville yet, does not have a commercial shared use kitchen. So anybody who runs a food truck, anybody who wants to sell anything value added, so not just tomato, but actually at salsa at a farmer's market, doesn't have a place to process that and actually sell it because you can't do it in your kitchen. It has to be done in a commercial kitchen that is inspected regularly. So there's space in the HLS building for that, to which Ryan said, if you get this approved and you can move into our building, I'll build you that, you manage
Who's
it.
Ryan Miller?
Ryan Craig, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, so he will potentially fill that for us. We can negotiate some rent reduction or revenue, which we can put towards rent. So we are being very creative as far as how we would use the space to help out with rent. We've also worked with our budget a little bit. If you look on the left, where's my papers? Too many of them here. If you look on the second page here, we worked with our budget a little bit to try and tighten the purse strings and make up this money because we do know it is a large ask. So we wanted to show good faith that we can kind of pull from some other categories to put towards rent ourselves and help out there. There's also, you'll notice an area director line with Lisa getting promoted. She does get some funds that she can kick in towards renting her office from us. So that would help towards our rent as well. On the very bottom, you can see that the addition we would be asking for the 2022 year would be $18,214 annually, or $1,517 monthly. That is what we are requesting. Are there any questions?
Why would computer maintenance go down?
So that used to be what we paid to actually have our desktops and our monitors and the modems and everything, but we have now switched to everybody having laptops. So we're all on the same lead level now, and it's not as expensive. So we were able to take a little bit out of that.
Have an extra copy of that, please.
Yes, I do.
Are there any other comparable properties that you could compare to?
So we looked at the Herald building, the old Herald building. The person who bought it is taking the top floor for his business, so he had the bottom floor. It was 3,500 square feet, and he wanted a little bit more than 4,000. He wanted about 42. So this really, for price per square foot, and the fact that he was willing to build it out was really impressive for us. We also looked at Kitchen Jewels, if you know where that is. But we felt that space was too off the grid. The whole point of moving is to kind of show our face a little bit and show our presence in the county, and so the HLS building really was prime location.
Is the first floor not available, or does it not work?
The first floor is available, but the layout was not exactly what we needed, and he wasn't willing to build it out. There is an elevator, so the second floor is still handicap accessible.
And he's allowing us to use the basement for storage for free.
Yes, that too. So right now we have about 5,000 square feet of storage, just with all our stuff. We got a lot of stuff. It takes a lot to do our job, so he is allowing to, us to put that in the basement for free, no additional rent required.
Parking.
So you're looking at.
There are 81 parking spaces. Right now we have 6, and not even all of our employees can park in our parking lot.
So 81 spots there.
81 spots.
Can you believe it? I didn't know.
I know.
That may be including some street parking.
So maybe.
I was gonna
So
say, I don't
there's
remember having that many.
Yeah, there might be 15 in that lot.
there's that, and then there's an additional lot like on the other side of those. What are those things called? Bumpers.
Yeah, we're in the frontier.
Yeah.
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 But I don't know if they're available.
Yeah.
Where's the entrance that you would use? Is it on the west side or is it?
We would have entrances on both sides, but we would probably advertise for the west side, just since that's where the parking lot is. Yes, but you could theoretically get in both ways,
You're looking at the entire top floor.
entire top floor.
And how many square feet is it?
4,251, it's circled. Yeah,
Right there.
yeah, kind of like over the top of the wall, so it's hard to see a little bit, so it's circled this.
Now, if you want to add to the budget, it's kind of too late to do that for the council,
Okay,
because it's already, I mean, we had to advertise last week, so.
oh no, okay,
So whatever the council adopts, this would have to be an additional appropriation in 2022.
so I need to come back in
So it
January.
wouldn't happen January 1,
Okay,
because obviously it can't, so it'd probably be February, it'd be just like with
The previous
Mr. Shane
request,
said,
yeah.
you can't, I mean, it's too late to do
Too
this
late
for
now.
now.
okay,
Not saying it can't be done in February, but it can't be done for January,
not for January 1.
the budget's already advertised.
In your discussions with the owner, were you looking at January 1? Is that what you were looking at? Or immediate or?
He's waiting on us.
Waiting
Mm-hmm.
He's very willing to work with us.
Yes, he wants
So I
us.
don't know what February does to you, or does to him,
Mm-hmm.
as to whether or not he's willing to wait for that.
It's down to the studs too, so
Yeah,
it's, even if it gets approved for February, I guess it would take that long to be ready. Right, we would approve it today, you would start building it out, and then you could move in at that time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah,
But it'd be some downtime there.
But he wouldn't be looking for rent until then, until he's finished building it up,
We don't pay rent until we move in.
till he move in.
yes, yeah. And I think he is so willing to work with us. I think if we said, hey, we can't pay you January 1st, but we'll pay you 2 months in February, I think he might be willing to play ball on that.
I don't know if you
Can we do
without
that?
having the money in place.
And that the building, I mean, the building is not for sale. I was.
The
under-
building is not for sale.
I was under the
It's for
impression it was
lease.
for sale,
I
so
think Ryan
No,
was the
he
one who just
bought it.
bought
He
Just
yeah.
about it.
Ryan,
Craig.
Craig,
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice real.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My initial thought is, I hate to go up $30,000 in rent. Are we going to get $30,000 worth of more benefit, community benefit for moving location? I guess that's my
Mhm.
first thought. And as far as, I don't have optimism that we will make a lot of money renting out a room on a second floor for these things. I could be wrong, but how often would you think that the classroom would be rented for a month?
Judging based upon the libraries, and it's not just Jasper Library, it's all libraries, I think we could have a few other people besides Purdue Extension in there a week. If you're thinking of all of the community events that happen and everybody that's looking for a large meeting space to kind of spread out nowadays. If we advertise right and we are progressive in our thinking, I think we can have people in there. In addition to the space, this is needed for the mental health of Purdue Extension and our county employees. We currently have a snake terrorizing us, a 5-foot snake.
It's
Who
like
left?
6 foot long. This,
And
the
yeah,
skin itself is almost 5
we found
feet.
his skin. He is feasting on the mouse problem. So it's just, it's not good.
How big is that space?
The one we're currently in?
No, the room that could be rented out, the space that could be rented out for meetings or
They
events.
said 50
Yeah.
person.
So it's 50 person, it's
50.
this one here,
Yes.
yeah. So I don't actually know what that is. If you do math.
I don't dispute you guys need the space. I would love to see you in a county space. That's what I would like to see. We don't really have that, is the problem.
Sure, and I know Chad and I did walk through this space, and after walking through this space, the renovation that we would need in order to make it as functional as the space would be a lot.
Well, in my mind, it's going when I asked how big the space is, could the county utilize, we don't have a coffee parlor room. We don't have a meeting room of that size.
Yeah.
What we've got is the old council chambers downstairs. You know, that would be a benefit perhaps to the county if we get it rent free.
Yeah, I think we can swing that.
But, so, yeah,
Uh-huh,
that could be a benefit to the county.
sure, absolutely. Think about the active shooter day that you just had, training, that easily could have taken place over there.
Well, let's give her some feedback. I gave her my feedback that my first thought is that's a huge increase in what we get that benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear from the two of you. Again, we just had, kind of like you said earlier, we just got the information.
Yes,
And-
yes,
And
yes,
my
I
initial
apologize.
thought was, it's high time they get additional, space. I mean, this is something they've been struggling with for years. And you're right, you got 3 parking places out there, you go in and you got a hallway and there's just not much there. It doesn't say much for the program when you walk in. It's like, this is, you know, not an important part of the county. So that's my initial thought on it. Secondly, though, I mean, I think we're still considering some kind down the road of a justice center. How will that change things in our long-range planning for building in the county? I don't know. I don't know that the extension office was ever really considered in any changes there, so I'm not sure it had any effect on this.
We're hoping to completely change the way that we do programming so that we can help to subsidize the cost of this rent in the future. So hopefully the increase in rent won't be a permanent, large increase in rent, that we can help to subsidize that extra increase after we get in there and we have our full staff working the way they should be. Right now, we're limited by what we can do and what we can offer, especially in the winter months when we can't be outside at the fairgrounds, because that's our space, generally speaking. And unfortunately, when we go out to the fairgrounds, our community sees that as 4-H, which is good for me because I do a 4-H program. But if we go to the library, they see it as a library program. If we're at a church, they see it as a church program. Right now, we're doing hidden in plain sight at all the local schools. They don't see that as a Purdue Extension program. They see that as a school program when we're the ones providing that. And so if we can start to have our programming in our space and then also renting that space, we can get revenue from renting the space and from doing more robust programming because people will come out knowing the space and with branding.
No, I think that value is just a matter of, does it fit our long-range plans?
That's kind of where I'm at. I don't dispute that you guys need the space and that this space might be a really good fit. But $48,000 a year in rent, could we find property and purpose build you a building that would work? Can we think outside the box a little bit and, where are we gonna be 5 years as a county? If we do a judicial center, for example, like Elmer mentioned, where are we? So I would hate to sign like a 10-year lease and in 3 years know where we're at and be like, man, but we already signed a 10-year lease.
Sure. I think Ryan was only asking for 5.
5? Okay.
Yes, so it certainly could be something that we just try out for 5 years and see how it goes. And then if there's a new space in 5 years that's much better, that would be great. And we are not expecting an answer on this today. Just put that out there. We just wanted to bring it to your attention and start the discussion.
No, I'm, if you're looking.
We're trying to do our part.
It need, you needed it for a long time, you just haven't had an answer.
As I tell you, and I told Lisa before, I feel ignorant about your program, I feel ignorant about at least one other county, I wouldn't even call them county programs, county, sort of county, quasi-county programs, I guess. Because they're not, like in your case, are there 3 county employees? Is that about right?
Yes. Yeah,
So
we
we're
just rehired the program assistant position.
Uh-huh.
She's actually in Marky's office right now. It's her first day.
Okay, good. But then how many total employees are there?
Total, there
At least 2
are,
new ones?
4 educators or 3 counties. We have then 3 in the nutrition education program, so 10 total.
And I know Lisa, you said she was gonna be able to contribute some to the rent.
Yes.
And what about the others? Because all of it comes from us, but they're not really our employees, it's kind of a, again, I still don't understand. Every time you're in there, I'm like, I still don't get it. So for us to pay $48,000 of rent, again, for 3 county employees, and then some other employees that are indirectly kind of county employees, again, I'm just trying to make sure.
So
that
it's
makes
written in
sense
the
for-
contractual services that you sign that the county is to provide a office space that works for our needs.
And can you provide that? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure we
the
have it, I just would like to see it again.
It should be coming soon. Do you know when those contracts about to sign?
Or I can take last year.
Soon, I know soon, I don't know.
So maybe
We get
between
some
now and
price
next
by
time, I'd like to look at that and see
Okay.
what our agreements are. Maybe it's just me, but I
No.
always have a hard time understanding exactly what our responsibility should be with Purdue Extension.
And I guess I understand that, you know, and the more we can get out of Purdue to help us with this, you know, the happier we are. But what they do benefits county residents.
Mhm.
You know, their office is not here for Purdue or here for somewhere else in the state. They're benefiting county residents.
With 92 counties, how many counties have an extension office?
92.
Everyone.
Okay, so they all have.
Yep.
Yeah, just an
And
example.
for the size of staff we have the smallest office, for sure.
I've seen your office.
Yeah.
Physical office space.
So are we able to come look at the office yet, your current office?
Yeah, you can come if you would like to open any drawers, cabinets, whatever you see to try to find sneaky too.
Yeah, we were about to call an external leader, you can come and help us.
Okay, I was thinking a while back, like maybe a few months ago, we couldn't come in. for
The
some-
top, you can't, the USDA part, you can't, but our office is open.
Our office has been open since the county's been open. We have not been shut. The upstairs has been shut. They're a federal office, so it's been different.
And what's been attempted for the snake? Is the landlord just didn't care or?
So we currently have baby powder
Okay,
along the
we're trying to
entire
find out where it
outsides of
is.
everywhere.
So we were thinking if it comes out and they see its tracks, then we can call somebody and be like,
Snake
it's in
tracks?
this room, go get it.
And
It's
our
not really
last
sort of
effort
worried.
was that we're supposed to lay out duct tape, sticky side up, so that it wraps itself in the duct tape and then capture it and take it out to the woods and pour, vegetable oil over it, so
This
he
is the
can get
advice that we're
loose.
giving. Like, really? Cause I'm gonna get my shovel. Right.
Wow, that's excellent advice.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to ask them to come back in 2 weeks?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
9:30 on the 20th? Thank you for bringing us in.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. We have to do it.
Okay, next up, we have Dover Hill subdivision replat.
On the 18th or the 20th?
October 18th,
18th, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I said it wrong.
9:30.
Thank you.
Corey is here with Cash Wagner Associates.
Good morning, everyone. It's Corey Betzak, Cash Wagner Associates. Patoka Hills got put on hold.
Okay.
We're still vacating that flat with the owners.
I updated it after.
Okay, so Toga Hill off the,
Yes.
so Corey, did you get my email on Tuesday about the, work from the health department?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I was, Sean will be back.
Was he supposed to be here for you?
No.
Oh, I think he was here probably, your
Okay.
earlier presenter.
Yes.
Okay. I guess again, we have,
You're welcome to lay them here if you want to.
Okay.
Your house Saturday night, see 'em.
I believe the agenda says, septic vacation. I guess we're looking for a subdivision.
Buck Shoals proposed subdivision, this is what we have down here.
We're looking for a subdivision, a variance to the subdivision, not necessarily the septic.
Yeah, if you pull that if you don't mind.
You guys will show them. To recap, we are looking to make taxable parcels other than Buck Shoals River cabins, river camps. Our intent was to do the same thing as the River's Edge subdivision last year. It's the unique situation with the topography and the existing structures. We would like a subdivision variance to create these lots with a modified right-of-way.
Okay, so first off, this is the one you did last year, River's Edge?
Correct.
So these don't go together?
Correct. The River's Edge is an example of the restrictive covenants we put in place. I believe Sean was on board with those restrictive covenants last year.
Andy, would you mind calling Sean, see if we can get him on his cell phone, just to have him listen in? So I think I may have forwarded the information to the other commissioners. Sean, it was early in the week, and what it said was, something to the effect of, none of these lots would be legal lots, none of them would be approvable for a septic system. He said in the past, we have given variances, like it probably Idlewild, I think would be an example of where we've approved holding tanks only.
Was that for new construction or new lots there or existing
Well,
structures?
If any of these at any time, I guess, the health department could go out and condemn them, just like other places in the
Yes.
community. I'll say Hayesville, for example, because we've been paying attention there. A home that may have been built in the 40s may have
It's out of compliance today.
a wastewater situation that would not fit today's thing. We could probably, the health department could probably say, you're condemned until you bring this up to current regulations.
Right.
And they won't be able to bring it up to current regulations short of a very expensive system, or maybe no system at all to work on, a tenth of an acre lot. So in this situation, I think the problem is that it's in the flood zone and that nothing would be approved, could be approved. So if someone was to build on lot one, or I guess any of the lots, none of the lots would be currently in compliance unless they are using a holding tank only now. Is there a chance that Sean's gonna go up there and try and check on people and condemn their properties? I would doubt it, but that's not the point of the law. The law is for public health and safety, I think,
Okay, Sandy, hold on.
of getting waste into the drinking water.
I have Sean on speaker. Sean?
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
This is Chad. Mr. Benteg's here, talking about that proposed subdivision again, so I thought one of our concerns I mentioned to you earlier, last week was the septic, and you had responded about there being holding tanks possibly. It would be an exception that we've granted in the past. Mr. Benteg has provided us with River's Edge subdivision in Harbison, and it was something that we approved last year. Is that correct, Mr. Benteg?
Yes.
And what it says within their restrictive covenants, it says all structures placed directed in construction are permitted shall comply at all times with building codes, ordinances, regulations of DuBois County. I mean, that's the number one restrictive covenant. So I just want to get your feedback or your input on this, because I guess we could approve this. And as I mentioned last time, I want people to have freedom to do what they want with their land. I don't like the government I like it being involved as little as possible, but I also, part of our responsibility is the health and safety of the community. So there's currently homes up there. Maybe some of them are on holding tanks. Maybe some of the lots have nothing, and some of them probably have septic systems that would not be allowable. A consideration I'm having, Mr. Werner, is do we proceed with this same restrictive language, and that's just good enough? And if somebody has a septic system that is not in compliance, well, then they're just breaking the rules. Or do we stop the subdivision until they have a solution, or they have something in writing that says that, I guess, something alternative to what I just said. So it just would take your feedback, please.
Well, as far as the existing homes, we really wouldn't go retroactive on those unless we had a complaint, and that would be fair for everybody in the county. I can't see why we would single out a home there without a complaint unless you guys decided that, you want all of them to be updated to the current code. If the subdivision goes through, that would be a choice that you guys can make. But if anything was built there in the future, then it would require a permit. And then that's where I said it's currently in the floodplain, and the only thing that would be allowed would be, a holding tank if you guys were willing to approve that.
So Mr. Warner, the way it currently works, let's say I bought lot 5 up there, it looks like it has a substantial home on it, it probably has a septic system of some sort. If I was to call a local installer and say, hey, my septic system isn't working and I need you to come install a system, will the local people that are licensed to doing things the right way, would they say, no, we can't do that unless we get a permit from the county? Is that how that would normally work?
Yes, if it was a repair system and they were replacing any part of the system, tank, lateral fields, anything like that, if they're one of our licensed installers, they're required to have a permit before they can start work on that system. So if it was a home in failure and they wanted to repair it, they would need to get a permit.
Which they wouldn't qualify for.
They would only qualify for a holding tank if that's what you guys approved, because we won't allow anything within the 100-year floodplain to be put in for a field bed or a septic system. And from the drawing that I saw, there's no property that is outside of the 100-year floodplain that is owned by those lots. I think everything uphill would be outside of the property lines, which they would have to get easement and pump it up there more than likely. But I can't say that can't happen if the neighboring landowner would be willing to give them an easement. But there's options that they could do, but that's kind of up to you guys to decide. Or if the neighboring property owner says that's off the table, then that wouldn't be an option.
Okay. Commissioner Brahms, do you have a comment?
No, it's not a good situation, but, what we did upriver the last time is probably, the best that we can do with it. And, as Sean said, the residents that are there, they're not necessarily grandfathered, but unless there's a complaint, they would, things would go on as they are. But as soon as somebody sells, as soon as a system needs to be fixed or repaired or something like that, then probably the holding tank is going to be the only option.
Are we doing a disservice to future owners by not nipping the problem now? For example, if I buy lot 5, I'm just picking on that one, it's the one I'm seeing with the structure on it, and maybe that person pays cash for it, whatever that amount is. The next person that wants to buy it maybe won't be able to get financing because there's not a septic system. It's not a non-conforming use.
Are we doing a disservice to the future owners or to the present owners? In other words, the present owners are not going to be able to sell. They would be able to sell, but the future owner would know what the situation is coming in, or they should.
Yeah, the plat, if accepted and finished, would be recorded and that would be on their deed.
So if the future owner knows what they're getting into when they buy it, that really is a impediment to the current owner, because he won't be able to get what he maybe thinks it's worth because of the sanitation rules.
The other thing that makes me uncomfortable, if, for what Mr. Warner's saying, if I wanted to, the day after somebody buys lot 5, I can make a complaint. There could be an environmental person in the community that says, you know what, I like to fish out of that East Fork White River, and I think that these people are contaminating public waters. I'm making a complaint on every one of these lots. I'm sure, Mr. Werner, would you then have to take my complaint and investigate a particular lot or a particular home if there's a complaint?
Yeah, if they give us the complaint in writing, the form is on our website. If that's submitted, then we have to investigate it and see what's actually going on. And then if it's a failure or a violation, then we work with them to get it corrected.
Right, they either get remediated or it's failed. So I guess that concerns me too, if I'm a buyer of one of these, that at any time I tick off the neighbor, or maybe the neighbor does the right thing and I don't, I get a holding tank and this guy doesn't want to. I think it just puts people at risk, regardless of what we do.
And can we make it, can we do something to say that upon sale of the property, there needs to be a septic inspection? In other words, that any new owners of the property will have a holding tank.
If I'm the guy selling it that owns it, I wouldn't like that. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
that makes
That's
my
what I'm
property a
saying,
lot
right?
less valuable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that we are
Well, in this
putting
situation,
impediment on
all
the
these people, there's already residents or whatever on each one of these lots. None of these are new lots intended to sell to somebody to build.
There's a few of them that are vacant. Whether they intend to build, it has to be by code, by the restricted covenant. I mean, it could be for a tent you put up on the weekend or pull a camper in, something.
Two of the lots that are uninhabited are above the floodplain and could have septic systems for them.
Okay.
I think there's only two that aren't.
Which two are those?
Probably 2 and 3. Is that what you're talking about?
Lot 3 and lot, hold on,
3 and 11?
right.
They are the only two that are not above.
And you currently
Only
lease
two
those
vacant.
lots?
Pardon me? 3 is out of the floodplain and the upper area of lot, 10, I'm sorry, lot 11 is out of the floodplain. If you look at that, there's level ground there that a septic system could be put in out of the floodplain.
And are those lots currently being leased or
No,
anything?
they're not. They're potential future lots.
So then it would be up to the potential buyer to do their due diligence to say,
Right.
with this land, meet my needs.
And just another note, I checked with all the cabin owners, there's one with a tank. I believe all the other 10 have septic systems that are working. 2 people got them tested in the last 2 weeks and they're functioning well. Just so you know, all the ones upriver from us, none of them have any septic system at all. Everything's going in the river.
So I guess my opinion on this matter is, we've already got residents on all but 2 of these lots. I don't know if they're permanent residents or just weekend cabins or what, but it's not gonna change anything if we approve or disapprove as far as what's currently
The
happening.
use of the property will stay the
Right.
same.
Right. I think I'm kind of where you guys are as far as long as the people buying these lots understand what they're getting into. I hate to say that they can't, the current owner can't sell them. To the people that are currently leasing them, they all know what's going on here and what the situation is. And we can't change that, short of saying, no, all these cabins have to go and be tore down there. Well, we can't change anything, so.
I think I was missing that. Currently, are all these being leased and we want to create,
Correct.
uh,
Spots are being rented to the cabin owners. We would like to give them the opportunity to buy the land so they have it.
so my suggestion of when a lot sells is a problem. Yeah, because they're all going to sell now. If and when we approve this, those lots would all sell to the current residents.
Current cabin owners, correct.
Well, they don't exist currently. The lots don't exist, there's one of them.
Right,
Right.
It's all one taxable parcel right now. We would like to create individual.
right, I get it now, yeah, I was kind of.
Mr.
Same
Chairman, you have
situation
anything
as up the river, exactly.
Lee?
Discussions I've had with Brent down with the roadway, and the language we would want probably included in that dedication part, stating again that it does not belong to the county, it's not going into the inventory for maintenance. And then an additional provision he and I discussed as far as the maintenance, I know you say that it's gonna be split. And that's fine, I have no objections to that, but again, what's the driving force for that maintenance? So he and I thought that something to the effect of,
The majority.
correct.
Votes
Just
between
the
lot
majority
owners.
voter, the lot owners.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not lot owner number 5, just he's taking the brunt of everything today. Says, I'm putting gravel down everywhere, here's your bill.
Right.
Okay, so something to that effect.
Yes, when the maintenance is needed by a majority of the lot owners, then everyone will have to chip in.
Approved by, yes.
I don't see that being a problem.
No, and we actually want to put a sort of an association together and let all the owners vote on the maintenance and do all those things themselves.
Situations like that, I get calls every once in a while about roads that aren't owned and maintained by the county. And the guy that lives right off the road doesn't want to pay for rock for the guy that lives 5 blocks back. Because he only uses the first 50 feet of it. Why should I have to pay for the next 200 feet?
Correct. We even put the footage in the restrictive covenant for the previous one last year. Said for the entire 2,774 feet of the center line of the road.
So can I see the covenants for this subdivision? Do you have those?
No, it's still proposed.
Contracted.
But it would still be the same with the addition of the majority vote for
So the
the.
same goes on River's Edge plus this addition? Is
Yes.
that how that would work, Frank?
Would the plan be that they split it equally, or is it split pro rata
Split equally.
equally? So if I own a lot, I'm paying 1/7 or
That's what
whatever,
we do right now.
regardless of my road frontage.
Correct. Whether you use the front 10 feet or all 3,000 feet.
So Sean, I don't want to keep you any longer than we have to here. If we approve the subdivision that's proposed, I guess these people would be in the same situation as anybody in, let's go back and pick on Hayesville again. 1 Church Street in Hayesville, somebody could make a complaint on them too, that their septic isn't working and they could be condemned. And if they were to sell the home, the next owner could do their due diligence and find that it's failing or not legal. It wouldn't be a whole lot different than other situations. Is that accurate?
Yeah, in a way, but we know for sure that these don't have options for septic repair because they're in the floodplain. That's a little different. If I get a complaint in Hayesville, I don't know that I have an option for septic repair until I go out and look at the lot.
But you know 100%, well, I think the owner has mentioned that he thinks 2 of the lots are probably above the floodplain, could do it, but maybe the other 9 are not.
Well,
Or other,
they may be above the floodplain, but the soil or the slope still may not warrant a septic system until I look at it. If it's over a 15% slope, or if the soil is not suitable, say they hit bedrock at, 15 inches, then it's still not suitable. Just because it's out of the 100-year floodplain doesn't mean that it can, withstand a septic system installation. You have to go through the proper steps to prove that with the soil evaluation, and then plan review, and then actual permit. So yeah, it might be out of the floodplain, but that still doesn't guarantee that a system can be installed.
I suppose and I'm just saying this out loud so that somebody can tell me why I'm wrong or why this is a bad course. I guess I'm at the point where I suppose I will support the proposed subdivision with the addition of the road language the highway has put together. Just with under the understanding that anybody that makes a purchase knows what they're getting into. I mean, this is anytime you make a land purchase or any kind of purchase, you're taking a risk if you don't do your due diligence. In this case, like similar ones we've had before, I suppose this board, if we wanted to take this course, could say, we want to examine, or we're going to direct the health department to examine each property, and they could be condemned, and people that are buying these lots understand that that's a possibility. Maybe not from this board, but a potential board in the future, or maybe this board. I'm not sure where everybody stands. So I would think that I'm okay with approving this, and I would hope that citizens take a look at what they're getting into when they make a purchase, just like with any property, not just these in particular.
I also support it. I mean, if we don't allow this, they're just gonna continue to be leased and the situation does not necessarily change. These lot owners know what they're getting into, I believe. If they don't, they will now. So I would support it.
Commissioner Bruns?
Yeah, I think Nick made a good point. It's probably better than what the situation is now. It's not ideal. We wouldn't go out there or, if somebody were creating a new development or something along the river somewhere, we'd probably look at it a little bit differently. But this is maybe a step up or a step improvement from what we have now.
Mr. Warner, any other comments?
I guess the only thing I need to know is if these new lots do come and want to put construction, what am I approving, holding tanks only?
I think that'd be up to you.
I think that's whatever the rule.
Well,
their rules
the
say.
state code does not allow me to approve a holding tank without your guys' approval, so I would need something written on, from your approval. Do you want me to have them come to you guys and ask for a holding tank permit like I did for, one or two in the county that have no option for septic repair at the time?
That'd be my direction, Sean, that if we take it on a case-by-case basis, if somebody decides to buy this lot, they can come and ask for, well, what they would do probably, if they're likely to buy lot 3 that doesn't have anything on it, and they want to build a cabin, they would come to you seeking a septic system, you would tell them they are denied, and then they can look for alternatives. And one of those alternatives would be asking the board for a waiver. That's how I would handle it.
But with easements out of the floodplain, there's always options.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
All right, thank you.
We'll let you go back.
Bye.
Anybody would like to make a motion or have any other comments? Mr. Schneider, is there anything other than just approving the proposed subdivision with that language that we need to look at before we move forward?
I think we would need the final version of it going to sign off on, or are you gonna do that later on?
Yes, we haven't done any on the ground work out here yet. With the unique situation, we wanted to get it pre-approved, let's say, before we actually do the land survey and plating process.
So I think if that's the case, we don't have anything final to approve anyway.
Right, you're not
We're just
approving.
making sure.
You can give him a consensus, he can proceed forward with his, right now you got a good idea of where you're going.
You know where we stand, I think, that
Yeah.
we'll give you consensus to move forward and get the final product. Thank you for your work, your help. Give me 2 minutes. Yep, I'll take a quick restroom break and then we'll come back with Mr. Wilson has.
The only thing, he said if you wanted to bring those.
I thought we mentioned that before, but didn't know what was on it right now. I mean, I knew it, so I didn't see that.
This is the list of
Okay.
the.
And last time, we were thinking about the rivers bend. I
Is
wouldn't
that what?
think about that. I didn't mention that. Well,
Good.
why, again, when I do.
Sorry, I didn't say that.
Oh,
No,
no,
we're-
not that,
Oh,
not yet.
okay.
I'll,
What order?
she's on my list. So last week. She's on my list to call today.
Okay.
To see if they have finalized something.
Sounds good.
So they're gonna prepare the covenants then?
They already. They gotta finish their drawings.
I'm just trying to do the consensus.
Consensus was.
Trying to move forward and prepare the proposed subdivision.
Say, how long they don't break?
Just to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
I never go, they always go.
The morning starts off with coffee and water. Gotta go potty.
Tea.
See, yeah.
Drink tea.
Oh, you wait till 10 o'clock.
Actually, they're behind, but Stuart isn't coming, so they caught up.
They are behind?
They were about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But Stuart's not here, so he's taken off, so Kathy's next.
Then I'm not.
She's at 10, so we're not too far behind.
Good. Amy, about 6 months ago, you were so nice, you gave me some clothes.
Uh-huh.
You threw them in my office.
You want some more?
You had one.
I feel like I probably do. I'll have to go out to the jail.
Don't go out today. We're out there the next 2 weeks.
Okay. I have some over here too. I'm not gonna use them for the next election.
Okay, but now you're gonna start in the stores and after. We'll take one out, so nice.
It was just like those,
They were there.
like, business
Cheap,
gloves.
clear, yeah, fitting.
I'll look to see if I got
If
any.
you think about it.
And then I'll let you know if I don't have any. I think I might have some.
If I don't
I
see
think
any
the health
clothes.
department has money too, if you don't. Or if I can't find a special. I'll find it. I'll let you know.
All right.
Next week or so.
Okay, 2 weeks, 3, I haven't done probably till,
So that's one.
yeah.
Okay.
He gave me 2 boxes and I'm on my second box. I don't use that many,
Okay.
but when I do the stores coming up, I have to
Yeah.
wear.
Okay, yeah, I can help you, see what I got.
I still haven't go back to you. I can see what I'm telling you. I doubt if somebody's working down, you know. Look at that. Yeah. I wondered that actually, whenever you said that at first, I was like, maybe my clothes are too short, but I think I was.
Oh, gosh.
That's pretty good.
Maybe what have you been up to, anything?
Well, we passed both centers last week. I'm working on it. Now I'm gonna go talk about it.
You're gonna reduce it.
Well, we reduced by one side, but it's really not opening it up for convenience. So if you live on one side of the county, maybe work on the other side.
Where you work or where you're at.
On election day, just like it is for early voting today. I think it'd be great.
Good luck. It's changed.
Yeah.
There's not a site here on election day.
There's a what?
There's no site here on election.
Correct.
It's just a.
You're welcome to come on up. Next on the agenda, we have Kathy Kern is here to address the board.
On August the 10th, early morning, I called the jail and I was concerned about somebody that had been arrested. And the person on the phone laughed. Yeah. And I was upset. And then from there, I proceeded to tell him that the person I was concerned about had been at the mission, had been on medication, had quit taking his medication. I was very concerned about his mental well-being. I gave my phone number, nobody ever returned it. My daughter called. She had more details. She expressed concerns about this inmate. Nobody helped. Well, this inmate came to court and they suggested a mental evaluation upon release. Why release? And is there a procedure that when somebody calls about concern about an inmate, does that go to the psychiatrist, counselor at the jail? Are they informed? They only get 20 hours a week with all the inmates. So is this person put on a priority list? You know, I mean, long story short, he's dead. He hung himself from work release because no one listened. You know, I was laughed at. I'm sure there's audio of it, about when I called. My daughter called. My son and daughter have tried to talk to the jail. I've talked to the jail. After 45 minutes, I was told, well, you know, he wasn't depressed. And I'm like, he's dead. How could he not have been depressed? After I spent 45 minutes trying to tell him that things need to change, he tells me the kid wasn't depressed. Smiles and walks off. You know, I mean, he was in a mental facility at Indy. He got medication. He quit taking it. Red flag. His name's very well known through the court system, through his parents. His dad committed suicide. That should have been another red flag. His mother had not had custody of him since he was 3. That should have been another red flag. I mean, there's mental issues everywhere. And nobody addressed it because they didn't want to pay for it. Is that why the court said after he was released, they wanted evaluation done and not during? There just needs to be some changes, you know. That's all I want, some changes.
So Kathy,
But
can
see,
you,
he was a beautiful young man, you know.
I just want to make sure I understand, when you said you made the call to the jail, so was the gentleman, so he was in jail, went to
He
court,
wasn't processed yet.
but he was in
holding, waiting to be processed.
Okay.
And I told him he should not be there. He should be at the hospital. He should be under a mental evaluation because he has mental issues. I had custody of him off and on from the time he was 8 until he was 17. I was his mother. And for somebody telling me what, I had messages from him telling me how good custody was. You know, and he supposedly told his case manager that he was going to do this. And nothing was done.
Anybody have anything for Kathy before she goes? I don't know if there's.
No.
Not sure procedurally what she's asking.
I think she just wanted to give us some information.
Yeah.
You know, we have some representatives from law enforcement here, that community, and I can inform people from the other offices that they can watch the video of what we've got today. They can review it, and we can see what happens there. So, in my experience, the folks that work on law enforcement are generally top-notch people, and they care about the people that they're serving. But I hate to hear someone's disappointed with how that happened, and I don't have much else to say, I guess.
Don't know enough about it to even ask questions. I mean, yeah. I think your point about the people who might be involved in this can watch the video, watch the presentation, and say, was there something there? Is there something there we need to be concerned about? And act upon it accordingly.
I would
hope that would be the case anyway.
I know that our community corrections people being on that board, they're always looking for continuous improvement. I believe that probably would be similar to jail. So if something can be gleaned from this, we'll do that. Commissioner Hofstadter, any comments?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Stuart Wilson was unable to attend today. He was on the agenda for 9:30. What he had was a list of items that he wanted to be declared as junk by the commissioners. There were 6 items. Some of these items were damaged during lightning strikes, and some of the other items were taken out of service more than 5 years ago. Everything from, and then there's some computer monitors, just a number of items, and I believe you had a list sent to you. There were 2 items on here, Panasonic brand 13-inch television VCR combo. It's old, so it's no longer needed, and a real they have certain that it would be very minimal value, trash and inoperable, so I asked him to save those 2 items. No, actually, there's 2 number 2s on here, so I guess there's 7 items total. My be that we can give permission to declare these things as surplus or junk and have all of them eliminated other than those 2 items. And if those 2 items found to not be of value to the county, then maybe we could give those to a local charity or something that could sell it for a few dollars. So with the list. Things that were damaged, I asked if we needed to save insurance purposes, and said no, that our deductible is well above the value of these items, so it won't be, there's no need to keep them because we can't make the claim anyway.
I don't have a problem with declaring all of them surplus, including those 2 items. I can't imagine they even have minimal value. A television with a VCR combo, I had one of those one time. I can tell you. And, the radio and cassette player, I put it in the same category.
Well, even the TVs, you can't hook them up anymore, they don't even work.
So I don't.
And see, I guess my thing is, I was thinking of myself personally, and I have a VCR TV combo that we still use occasionally for some of our 75 VHS tapes we still have sitting around that we just might watch one of these days. And the cassette player, same thing. My cassette players at home are shot. Whenever I need one, occasionally I don't have one. So I wasn't going to keep these items, but I thought someone may have value. So if they were at St. Vincent's for $1 a piece, I'd buy them. I guess if we're up
I don't think we can take electronics out there.
it was just my argument.
Per $1, $3.
Let it
I
go,
would say it's
Chad,
worth
let
the
it
trouble.
go.
All surplus, I roll with it.
I don't know, they soon they may start having antique value.
Well, I will gladly entertain a motion on the surplus or junk item.
I'll make a motion that we declare all those items surplus or junk.
Okay, we have a first. We got a first and a second, and I'm going to heartbreakingly bring this up for a vote. Because I'm someone that can't get rid of things. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Okay, motion carried.
You should call and tell me one to take Larry to VCR.
Hey Stuart, when are you throwing those away?
Which dumpster are you gonna put them in?
Yeah, I mean, look at that dumpster. We have, I think we've done that, we've done this. I guess Mr. Wilson will come back on to discuss a possible new hire, just for the board's knowledge. We will be doing interviews on Columbus Day. I guess that's next Monday. So we will, I think we have some qualified applicants. We're going to be doing some interviews coming up soon. All right, we have Megan Durloff, 1015 cell phone issue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Megan.
In the interest of constantly improving processes, Community Corrections, our pretrial services division has been working with our policy team to change kind of how we are responding to individuals charged with a misdemeanor or low-level felony offense that are nonviolent. So previously, we were taking into consideration only the charge when it came to matters of release. So individuals charged with a nonviolent misdemeanor per our agreed upon matrix with our policy team, a lot of them were released on their own recognizance. So that was misdemeanors without a violent offense or any other additional holding factors such as being on community supervision or probation. And then our level 6 felonies without violent offenses or holding factors, they were able to be released on a $750 cash bond. It was a pre-bond. It was a preset amount for those sorts of level 6 felonies. Now, what our policy team intends to do is take into consideration the charge and the individual's risk level. So, in order to maximize release, or the timeliness of release, we want to be able to give a risk level as soon as possible. So we are putting some of our staff on call on the weekends so that those individuals can go into the jail and assess the inmates, prior to just randomly saying, yes, you can get out on a $750 bond. What we're hoping to do is make sure that the people who are safe to be released can get released, and the people who maybe need to be held pending their initial hearing are held. We're doing this out of response from all of our policy team stakeholders, so law enforcement, prosecutor's office, judges, and then our community corrections representatives as well. We think that this is going to make the community safer because we're going to be, rather than somebody just having $750 to post their bond, we're going to be able to say, actually, that person's at a high risk. They probably need to stay in jail until their initial hearing so that they can be seen by the judge and any other release factors.
To be clear, that's already implemented, right?
No, right now, all misdemeanors are released as long as they're not violent.
Can I chime in?
Absolutely.
Prior to the initial hearing.
This is prior to the
Prior to the initial hearing. The judges are utilizing the matrix and all of the other information for those individuals that they see at the initial hearing who may still be incarcerated. These are people like that maybe are arrested on a Friday evening on a misdemeanor theft charge or a misdemeanor driving while suspended or operating while intoxicated or
I
something.
shoplifted. I don't have to sit in jail Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night to come to court. Monday, would they hold those?
Unless they're deemed to be a high risk. If
Right.
they're deemed to be a high risk, those individuals would wait until their initial hearing. Otherwise, we would come in, we would do the assessment, and then we would review the assessment results with the judge. So we're wanting to make a phone call to the judge. We have that process in place to be able to do that and say, this is the charge, we've conducted an assessment, and then they make the decision, do they need to stay till they come to court for their initial hearing, or can we go ahead and release them and on what conditions?
So the deputies don't get to make that decision currently if they want to cite someone to court with a ticket, or they have to take them to jail?
They still definitely are able to do that. They have that decision that they make. It's a matter of once the person is booked in. Prior procedure was they may be booked in, but then released almost immediately because it was charge only. And sometimes some of those people that maybe had been released may have been deemed to be a high risk and maybe needed to kind of sit for a little bit. So now it's basically what we're going toward is charge plus risk level as opposed to just charge only outside of the normal week and court the next morning.
And yourself or another staff member underneath you would, so it happens at midnight, they come in, they're gonna call you, you're gonna come and do an assessment?
We have 24 hours to get there or to do an assessment, to review that and then present the information to the judge.
So you can come in the next morning?
You could.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'm keeping up.
Did that help clarify a little bit? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it gets a little, they have been working really hard on putting together good processes, and everybody's been really flexible and changing with the feedback that comes in, so. But the intent here is just to request one phone to share among the pretrial department for those on-call situations on the weekend, so that there would be that 24-hour window on the weekend where they would know that they needed to come in. And so rather than the sheriff's department having to like, okay, who's on call this weekend? All right, it's Melissa. Okay, I'm gonna call the personal cell. And there's not really, like, we wanted to be able to have that one pretrial cell phone that they call and they know who to contact, and somebody's going to pick up.
So whoever's on call that weekend would have
The phone. The bat phone, as I like to call it.
I guess I don't understand why you want that. Because if it's me, everybody, I've had those two employees have a cell phone, why wouldn't you just want that one, so if I have to carry two phones?
I think the intent is mostly just to make the process as easy as possible for the jailers. There's just this one number.
So then only two employees that would get a call?
Three.
And we have a schedule that there may be days when I flip-flop with somebody because I have something going on, and rather than having to notify the jail of who's on call this particular day, this is their phone number, just having one phone number to be able to just say, if this is the situation, call this number and somebody's gonna answer. We did receive grant funds.
Do those three, none of those three have a county phone?
Correct.
Currently. So it's,
Nobody at community corrections has this county phone.
okay, so what you're talking about, now they're calling it a personal phone.
Well,
I'm just saying, if it was me, I wouldn't wanna mess with it.
No, I get it.
I'd rather have, like, tell the sheriff's department, text this group. You know what I mean? Text one group thing, and people would say, oh, it's my turn to go.
but whenever it's like, so for example, if it's us three who are on call, but it's my weekend off and it's your weekend on, if there's 6 arrests in a 24-hour period, I'm gonna get notified every single time that there's an arrest. And I want my people to be able to be on when they're on and off when they're off. I think that's really important for our mental health, to be able to truly be off when we're off.
No, I'm not thinking that this is a huge, ridiculous ask or anything, I'm not trying to say that, but I try to look for the simplest solution first, and again, for me, if I'm off and I get 4 text messages that aren't for me, it doesn't bother me, but maybe it does bother other people. You know, for that, if that was the course we took.
Definitely.
And what is our, I was trying to review what our policy is again, I don't know if I'm looking at the one that's most, recent, the cell phone policy.
My understanding is that I need approval from you all, right?
Right.
The new policy says any new phone you guys have to approve.
We have to approve.
We've been in touch with the sheriff's department. They have this wonderful partnership with FirstNet, discounted rates for people who are first responders. They have an extra phone that they said that we can use. FirstNet has said that they would be willing to invoice us separately from the sheriff's department. So we've been working with Tom and Kenya on what that could look like. We have the grant funds already appropriated for it. It's
What's the cost?
$44 a month, and then it's a penny for the phone.
That's a good deal.
I thought so. Unlimited talk, text, and data.
And you're gonna use it out of the Lilly deal?
It's actually from the Indiana Office of Court Services pretrial grant.
I guess I don't wanna micromanage, I just wanted to talk through it a little bit. To me, doesn't sound like how I would have handled it, that would have made sense for me, but I haven't had to, you know your people better than I do and what the situation works better for you. So I don't mind questioning it, but I don't want to beat the hell out of it either. So I would be okay with approving this if it's gonna be under $50 a month and it's gonna help with the pretrial service. It's a newer department, we'll call it, then there's gonna be growing pains and things they're gonna need, and if this is a need, then I'm okay with that. Commissioner Hostetter?
I think I kind of follow your same line of thinking, like, it just, to me, seems simple enough to just shoot a text out to all 3 of you. But I'm not in your situation, I'm not wearing your shoes, so, I don't think the expense is so much that I couldn't support it.
No, I'm the same way. I'm supportive.
Okay, so, you would have our support in doing this, we will make a motion just to formally get it in the books, but I guess we'll just leave it at that. So I'll move that we approve the request for the pretrial services folks to have a single cell phone with the terms to be worked out with the sheriff's department, not to exceed approximately $50 a month.
I'll say.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am encouraged by the evaluating the risk rather than the charge. I think it's a good.
I think so too.
A dangerous guy with $750 gets out, but
Right.
a dangerous person without has to stay, because those are always bad. That's a bad way to determine if you should go out.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
And with the person who was here earlier, yes, you were here, so you were able to hear it, and you heard it. We'll let the sheriff's department know too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Saab, weights and measures review. This is what everybody's been waiting on all morning.
I'm gonna check the YouTube audience real quick.
Maybe you go ahead and let the crowd come in.
See, it's five. Five, it just went up, just went up.
Everybody wants to know what's going on.
What's going on with the fuel pumps? Thank you, sir.
Okay, 2 weeks ago, I attended a seminar. By the way, good morning.
Morning.
In Terre Haute. The state of Indiana is starting to push package checking. Package checking consists of basically going in, opening up packages, checking the weights, doing the tear, everything. We don't have a problem with it here. We don't have complaints here. I have never gotten a complaint on weight coming from a grocery store, Merkley's, Sanders, any of the meat processing places. There just aren't any complaints. I was asked by the state to ask you, do you want to proceed with package checking? If you do, it's also going to encompass car washes and laundromats, which we don't get any complaints about any of them.
How's a car wash?
What is?
How much time they give you?
Okay, wait, a package check. You literally go in, grab a cart, and you randomly pick up packages.
Are you speaking like a bag of Doritos? Or are you talking
I'm
about?
talking a bag of Doritos, I'm talking chicken, I'm talking a gallon of milk. Is there a gallon of milk in it?
I was assuming you meant a butcher shop.
Well,
They're charging you for 2 pounds, but you're only pounding it an eighth or a pound
Yeah.
and 3/4.
but it does the whole gamut, everything.
The length of a sub sandwich?
Anything, yeah. We don't have.
It's 11 inches.
What I'm saying is, we don't have that problem in this county. We don't have the fuel pump problems that other people tell you about. We don't have the scale problems. The only problems we have in this county is when a fuel pump is not working, 99% of the time, they don't know it. No one adjusted it, no one fooled with the pump, it's broken. That's when I get complaints. I go in and tell them within a day that pump is fixed and it's shut down. I guess some of the bigger cities, they check gas stations every other day. We do it once a year. I don't think we need to pursue package checking, but it's your call. I'm bringing it up to you. You get to decide. Next week, Tuesday, the state inspector wants me to drive to Brownstown, work all day with him, and do package checking. Between you and I don't think we need to do that. It's going to cost you for me to drive to Brownstown. It's going to cost you a 12-hour day. And I don't have time to package check, and we don't have problems. If we do start getting complaints, I can call the state in. Then we'll address it then. No one has ever complained about
I think the free market solution is the best. If I go somewhere where I feel like I'm getting shorted on my ground chuck, I'll go somewhere else.
You'll go somewhere else, or if it's that bad, you might call. 90% of the people wouldn't know who to call anyway. When you ask about a car wash, well, when you put your quarter in and it says 2 minutes, are you getting 2 minutes? I don't know. You know,
It's not very quick, I can tell you that.
yeah.
I wonder if those are a little fast. It's really good.
You know, but it depends, you know, if we want to pursue that, it's gonna cost you a $500 stopwatch. Can't use your watch.
Yeah.
It's gotta be a certified, state-owned stopwatch. And you're getting into full-time if you want to pursue that. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I can see that being a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, we have Brent come with you to help.
Anybody can do it. I'll let him do the first thing. You can do the fuel pumps. I'll do the stores. That's easy. But it's so much time. And we're not getting complaints, but it's up to you if you want to fund it.
Sure.
Like I said, bring it up to the commissioners. You know, I spent a half a day on taxi cabs. We don't have a taxi cab in the county. So I assume you don't want to pursue that.
Probably not. I was gonna say, if they were doing, a Zoom meeting on package, whatever, and you wanted to sit and watch it
I
for
do
a couple
those.
hours.
Yeah,
Then, and learn it, well, maybe there's more to it than I don't understand it. It sounds like you understand what it is. And you're
I do understand it. I've been doing the Zoom meetings. I get training on it all the time. But for me to take a day, you know, you're talking just a 12-hour day by the time you drive up, do all this, come home.
How about this? I'll bring it up to the board here and I'll say, I'm fine with maintaining the levels and the services that we're providing currently with Mr. Saab, and the package checking at any point will be something we won't bring on. That's where I would sit.
I would agree, if we start getting complaints, then we need to look at it.
Yeah.
But as long as, it's broken, fix it.
Monitor the situation, you know, like.
Yeah.
Which goes back to, if we start getting complaints, we start thinking we have a problem. A lot of the package checking that I'm hearing, I'm thinking takes place on a scale larger than the county. In other words, the bag of Doritos or the gallon of milk or something like that. Now, maybe a package, ground chuck is locally, but you weigh the scale.
Yeah, the scale, but
That they use.
it could be done.
Yeah.
But in a smaller community like we are, you know, everybody asks me, where are the stations I should avoid? Every station right now is approved in the county. Every one of them gives you more fuel than you pay for. They all do. They just do it that way. Yeah. Now we're talking this much. You're not going to notice it, but you're getting that much.
They're erring on that side.
Yeah, they all err just a little high.
Yeah, no, I
And
monitor the situation.
Okay.
If you ever feel like we need to.
If I come up with complaints, I'll bring it up. But as of now, nobody is. And I just gave you that just to review the year.
Yeah, then on a secondary note, so I think Gary sent us this information or sent it to me, and I asked, just come and give us a review maybe of where you are on the year. So how is it going? How are the businesses doing?
There are no issues.
Relationships are good with everyone?
I have, as of right now, I have no problems with anybody doing anything. But a lot of that, some of the inspectors have problems. I think a lot of it is their own problems with their attitudes. I mean, they're gonna come in and they're gonna shut the station down.
They're gonna find a problem.
They're gonna find something wrong, yeah. They're gonna shut a station down. You know, shut a station down. You know, they can't believe I don't shut them down when I check them. I do one pump at a time and shut that one pump down. But I'm not gonna go out to the front drive, put my cones up and say, nobody can come in here. No, I'm doing that. I do this part-time. I don't need those problems. But everything's fine. I don't need any more hours. I'm right now, 22, 23 hours a week.
Prescription weights, is that an issue? I saw that on here, you do a couple that says prescription weights.
Is that an issue?
No, I mean, just, what is that? You go in and you
In the
weigh some
pharmacy?
powders at the pharmacies or?
Yeah. The only pharmacy that uses their scale is Sheldon's out here crossing. They're the ones that compound formulas. The other ones do not use their scale, but by law, they have to have them in there. But none of them compound.
Good.
You'll see truck scales on there, you'll see. That's just what I've done year to date. Just little.
Is there any other supports you need from the county?
No, I don't need
I
anything.
think you're in good shape, Brad.
There's no, I don't need anything.
How's that suite we got you working out of?
Oh, it's perfect.
Excellent. Just the right size? Okay.
Everything's good. 3 windows and a corner office.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
not too many people get that.
No, I'm telling you. You know what I mean?
You got room to share one with extension office?
Yeah.
Do I have room in there?
Earlier, they need some space.
Bring them in the afternoon. I'm never there in the afternoon.
If you didn't have the windows, it'd be a closet.
But it has windows. But no, I have, I
Yeah,
don't
what
have,
you need.
yeah, there's no issues. We'll just let it stay just the way it is for right now.
No issues here. Not hearing any complaints.
Well, there's no, this year, there hasn't been any complaints from this county to the state. I found that out. There's no major issues. The only issue, this has nothing to do with anything, is at the Snellville Mill right now. That's the only issue we have. They have a scale that's out of date. The state checks that scale. The state's truck is in unrepairable order, so they can't get it fixed. So they're fine. I mean, there's nothing anybody can do about it until they get it up and going. They're all the big truck scales. They're all up to date. They're all certified. Everything's done.
Great.
So we'll keep it the way it is.
Thank you for coming and talking with us.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
The update.
Have a good one. Office doors always open.
All right. All right, so it's at 10:45, we've got the help grant, that is the next item on our agenda. It's, just want to give you an update that the help application, the Hoosier Enduring Legacy Program was submitted on Friday to the Indiana Office of Rural Affairs, Community and Rural Affairs, and the selections are expected to occur November 5th. So we'll have 35 days or so, 30 days to figure out if we are selected as one of the 12 units that will be part of that program. Until then, I think we just have to sit and see what happens. As a reminder, it's designed for local units of government to optimize the coronavirus local recovery funds. And it's some of the areas that the pathways that they're trying to promote are e-connectivity, community wellness, quality of place, and strengthening of local economies. So I didn't know if either of you had any problem with that. I think I sent you the narrative and I don't have a point. Some of the information we had on that, maybe Lisa did. If not, I can send them to you, but just it's, there were some things that had to be sent along with it and they were sent up, so we'll see what happens.
No, Jasper did, partner with us.
They
Yeah,
are with us, yeah.
So they passed the appropriate ordinance, county council was brought on board, commissioners, of course, were brought on board. And if we are selected, the county will keep in reserve 30% of our rescue plan funds, and as will the city, and we will build over the course of a year a pathway forward on projects that we could use.
Strategic investment plan.
And the thing that keeps that would be one area. E-connectivity is another one that we could always do. Community quality of place is another thing. So it was nice that we were able to meet with the mayor, and he was on board, and we got the county council in short order, so this kind of stuff went pretty quickly. So I appreciate the city guys for working with us and collaborating and getting stuff pulled together in a short amount of time. So I think we're as far as we're going to get at this point.
So that's the application, right? Did you have the narrative?
Yes, I've got the
I'm trying
narrative.
to keep everything together, so.
How about this, I can email it to you. If I didn't email it to the commissioners, the other commissioners, I thought I had, but if I hadn't, I'll send it again. I'll just put that on here, so whenever it might be a few days, but I'll get it.
I got a call last week from a vendor who would like to help us with all of this. But I probably mentioned that, right now. I don't even have the name right now. Some lady out of, I think, Columbus. But
Help us with what?
developing a strategic investment plan. When the time comes,
Somebody wants to be the employee?
do it.
Somebody wants to be the employee?
No, it was a consulting firm, consulting business, a vendor.
Next up, at 10:50, we have the ARPA discussion that goes right along with the health grants. I have quite a few notes here. There's been some stuff in the media, and I'm not sure how kept up everybody is on everything, so I thought we would have a discussion on this.
I got an email on Friday, and then I got another one this morning that I haven't gotten all the way through yet from Jeff Warren.
Okay.
He's making sure that I have all the information I need. And that's the
So just for the board's information, Jeff Warren's been part of a small committee that we were working on broadband issues informally for, we'll say a year now. And he also works as the GIS person for the city of Jasper. And he's also a citizen who doesn't have internet that he's pleased with at all. I believe he lives in St. Anthony. And so he feels that this is a very important issue, the broadband issue, and anything we can do to get this process going forward is something I believe I wouldn't be overstating it to say that he's in favor of it. I've also got several emails, I wouldn't say an overwhelming amount of emails or phone calls on the broadband stuff that's been in the media, local media recently, in support of that. I haven't heard anybody that was opposed to it. And generally, it's gonna be somebody that lives in one of these areas that's underserved currently, and yeah, do it, whatever it is, just do it. What I try to get back with them is that these, let's go through what I've got written down, and then we can, that might be a better way of doing it, instead of me just doing it piecemeal. So, again, I apologize if any of this is repetitive things, but I would rather say twice than not at all. So, for an American Rescue Plan request, Council President Kleesner and I met with Orange County Fiber, PSCI by phone, and DuBois REC staff members. There was 6 REC staff members there, along with Mr. Warren that you mentioned, and Greg Gilbert, who is with the DuBois County REC. They've made a proposal to us, which would put Greg Gilbert as a dedicated engineer to a project. Who is someone I've worked with on my home years ago, and he was a diligent, I found him to be a great employee. He was good with service, and as he worked with the county on items, and has he been pretty top notch?
Oh, yeah.
He's always really good. So what they would do is dedicate him, and then another person who's doing some work with him is Matt Bronis, who's another person I have a relationship with, and he's another top-notch guy. So they've got some, if we were to move forward with the project with them, we have some good people that we would be working with. When we first met with DuBois REC and some of the providers several months ago, maybe up to 5 months ago, we said, how could we make this happen faster? How can we get broadband to the people of DuBois County? And we have money that's coming in from the American Rescue Plan. Is there anything that we could do as a contribution to speed this process up so people would get it? At that time, as I reported to this board, they said we've gotten money from the Connect America funds and from Okra and from all these different places, and that they basically have a plan in place that over the next 5 to 7 years, we will get the broadband to all of the census blocks that are around the county. And my takeaway at that time was they really didn't really have a need for us. And they said, well, maybe you could help us get our poles ready for these projects, and that would be something. Since that time, they've had numerous meetings, they've done some estimates and put together a plan for us. And what they've come back with is getting DuBois County involved with Make Ready. That would mean we would be, there would be a pole study. I don't remember the exact number, but I'm gonna say there's 3,500 poles in DuBois County that DuBois REC has, and maybe 5,000 in their full inventory. What they would do is whatever path this broadband would go on, they would do a pole study, and people would go up and look and say, is this pole appropriate for the addition of broadband in this area? The poles have to be a certain height, they have to be of a certain quality, and they have to have enough room on them that the electric is so far away from the fiber. And I'm sure there's much more to it than that, but for simplicity's sake, we'll say that that's the case. So they may go to a brand new pole that they just replaced last year, but it's too short, so they need to pull it up, put in one that's appropriate for this project. They may find one that's rotten. I doubt they find many that are in bad shape, because they do regularly update them. But long story short, somebody would go and we would pay, if we were to do this part of this plan, we would pay to make ready each of those poles along this path. DuBois REC would say, start at point 1, heading to point 100, they get up to point 12, and then Orange County Fiber would come behind them and start running 7 miles of fiber and start connecting homes off of that. And so as DuBois REC's people keep moving forward, the provider would follow behind them. I think it's the same way with PSC on the southern part of the county. They said that this would put us on a 2-year timeline, and we would get high-speed fiber to. I haven't been able to get out of them a percentage of how much of the county would be covered. I told them this would make it a lot easier to sell if you just told me that 100% of the people would have this availability. Can't really do that because I guess it just isn't going to happen. But it's going to be a high percentage of the county. I think, again, the numbers that I'm giving you aren't going to be 100% accurate, but the feeling is right. They had maybe done 66 miles, I think they said last year, and that they would be doing 450 miles or something a lot more than that, more than the 66 over the next 2 years. So they would really be ramping up the speed that this would get done. They said that the estimated cost that they had would be $4.35 million, with $2 million to the Orange County Fiber portion, $2 million to the PSCI portion, and $350,000 to the Spectrum and Smithville portion. Those would be the 4 providers that are.
When you say portion, I'll interrupt you a minute here. Are you talking about the portion that Orange County Fiber would service and the portion that PSCI would service? I guess my understanding was that a lot of this money would go to DuBois REC for this whole evaluation and make ready for this make ready.
That's my understanding too, and I started a list. I've got about 15 questions that I want to get with DuBois REC about. One of them is it my understanding that we will be writing checks only to DuBois REC, or agreement will only be with DuBois REC, and that the way you have it broken down just is an estimate of how much it would cost to make ready the portion that PSCI will be working on and the portion that Orange County Fiber will be working on it. So I'm not 100% certain that I think that's the case, but that's one of my questions for them. I don't think we're going to be saying, here's $2 million Orange County Fiber, get back to us when it's done or get to work. I think it is through DuBois REC, and they will be our coordinators. That's why, like, Mr. Dilger would be the dedicated engineer. He would be our liaison, I suppose, if we work through that. And the nice thing about, I guess a nice thing about this is that's our top level. They may get out of there, may not be that much. I think they've given us a high end, and they'll bill us only for what they repair. So as they do a study, and they go down this 7 miles, maybe this 7 mile costs less than they asked. That's for what that's worth. Here's my other notes. And the reason I'm not 100% confident on my notes is because whenever Mr. Gleason and I met with them, I took down notes, and then when they presented to the county council, I sat here, and some of the numbers that they presented at the second one didn't match up to my first number. So I'm not positive that these are 100% accurate, but I think they're. So it puts us on a 2-year timeline. The estimated cost, I mentioned that. They did 66 miles already in 2 years, and we will get 450 miles with this investment. Able to a poll study, and it says here there are 35,000 polls. So I don't know if I said that earlier. Funds have already come to the providers through the regional or the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, the Next Level Broadband, Connecting America funds. So each of these little areas that the county's been put up in, they've gotten grants for these, and it's just accelerated. They have to do these over the next 5 or 6, 7 years, something that they have to, if they want to accept those grant funds, they have to get this stuff done within that time frame. This would speed this up to 2 years instead of what could potentially be 5 or 7 years. One of the other questions that I want to ask them is, what are your plans? I mean, are you going to be doing this, starting this next March anyway, with or without us, and we're just kind of making it a sweeter deal for them? Or is it a deal where, I just don't know what their real timeline is. They said it could be up to 5 to 7 years, but maybe they're going to be doing it next year anyway. I don't want to pay for something that we're going to get anyway. But I wouldn't mind helping them put us in line ahead of other people, or just making us a priority.
But if I understood something you just said, it would be much more piecemeal, under their previous plan than what this may be.
I think this gives them an incentive to focus on us and get us done. Whereas otherwise, there's no more incentive to do Du Bois County as there is to do the jobs they have in Martin County or maybe another neighboring county.
Because there are other grants that come in, for example, Okra's got something going right now. And that may help them do this little subdivision out, this part of the county, or that subdivision out in that part of the county, but that's what I meant by piecemeal, by whatever grants are available and whatever concentration of customers are available.
Sure. The other thing that's a concern to Mr. Warren, I'm sure he probably said this to you, and it is a possibility, it's another one of my questions to these groups, that just because they've been given a grant, to say they do census block that I live in, let's say they mine, if they can say, I'm going to forfeit those. They can say, I'm going to forfeit those funds, I'm not going to do that area. They've been approved for those, and maybe they've been approved for $100,000 to do this area, but if they get too busy somewhere else, or they get busy within our county somewhere else, they may. I think they have the potential to say, we're just gonna forfeit that and do it. I don't know if they have that ability, but I think that is the fear that some people have, that the cost of installing this is gonna be higher next year than it is this year because so much money is being pumped into it. Getting the fiber next year will be harder to get than this year because there's so much money being pumped into it. If we get in now, they've got the material sitting on their parking lot that we get what they've got and we get guaranteed to get it taken care of. Right. So does that make sense for everyone with that? So if I tell you, I'll give you $1 million to rehabilitate that building, I'm giving you a grant to do that, but you have that same offer to do other buildings that are more profitable, you can say, I'm gonna decide I'm gonna decline that grant anyway. I'm not gonna take it, I won't do the work. I'm gonna take my efforts elsewhere that are more profitable. So that's a possibility.
And yeah, it kind of leads me to one of the questions I had a while ago when you were talking. If we fund Du Bois REC to make the poles ready, what's the guarantee that Orange County Fiber or that PSC will follow?
That's one of my questions too. Yeah, I'd want contractually them to be on the hook to have this work done in 24 months.
I mean, their incentive is to get those customers, but if they have a stronger incentive somewhere else.
Right, and that's the argument, because what if Martin County next week says, we'll give you $4 million, come here first. or whatever their amount is. And the other thing, just as a side note, Vandenberg County put in $9 million of their ARP money to AT&T to do the same thing. I'll get back to my notes. Orange County Fiber is getting about a third of this project is in grants. So my thought was, and I think some people in the community have thought, you're getting all this free money, you're doing this for nothing, and they're not taking any risk, why should the county give you any more money? But the fact of the matter is that they're putting in $20 million and they're getting $7 million of grants. They're still substantially investing themselves. You know what I mean? They're not doing this for free. They're taking a risk doing it, and by us giving them money, it's lessening their risk, I suppose. And it gives them an incentive to do it. So they're not getting these projects are not 100% grant funded. The federal government or the state government, local government isn't paying for all of it. In Johansson with REC said it would be 1 month until deployment, and they could start in November. So if we said today, let's go forward with it. I couldn't, we don't have a contract or anything that's been reviewed, but they are willing and able to get started very quickly. Something I looked up and was mentioned at the county council meeting was PSCI in Spencer County. They partnered, in Spencer County, they partnered with Southern Indiana Power, who had $24 million in grants for their project, and the locals put in $5 million in installments to get that going. So Spencer County has a lot of their county, not quite 100%, but a lot of their county, probably similar to where we would be, they put in $5 million as well. So we're not in uncharted ground here. They said they would invoice us monthly for transparency purposes. They said Orange County Fiber has 400 miles to do, PSC is under 200 miles. Yeah, they have over 500 to deploy. Orange County Fiber got into this market in 2018. And Matt Deaton with Orange County Fiber said that about 5,000 homes would be served with what they're doing. And Jeff Warren further spoke to the Community Foundation and Du Bois Strong, and they're looking at other ways to help fund this make ready. And he also spoke to Oprah. So he's kind of digging into some different things too to help see if there's a way to make this less expensive.
And I told him, I think it's a good idea, especially the local communities, that might be able to put a little bit in. I don't see them putting a lot in. They don't have a lot of, the Du Bois Burcan or whatever that is up there might have a few $100 or a few $1,000 that they could invest. Wouldn't be a big chunk, but it would show support.
Community buy-in. On the other hand, does it make it more complicated? Then you gotta track more stuff. If it's a $50,000 gift, that's different than a couple $1,000 from some community foundation. And every time we have a meeting, I always say, I'm gonna have to sit next to Commissioner Hostetter, and he's gonna say, is that more important to put the sewers in somewhere else? So that is always something that we kept forward. That'll help me segue into my next item. The ARP committee met Friday, and the task of the day was to say, what are our priorities? We've had about, I don't know, say 26 different things, people that have reached out to me, given me letters, whatnot, and here's what they are. So I gave everyone a list of what those things were, and they said, let's prioritize those. We put up some yellow papers here, and did one of those, like when you go to a training event or something. And what we discussed all of, we had about a 2-hour meeting, and I'll give you what our findings were. Some of the ideas that I brought up to them included that remodel and the kiosk that Kitty came to us with, businesses, this Orange County Fiber broadband expansion situation, TriCap, Topa Water, Du Bois County Sewer District, crosswalks, disinfecting machine, ADA accessibility plan for the courthouse, the ambulance facility that shared with Du Bois Fire was one of them. Some of the items that were shared with me with the Jasper Mayor, Anthony Water, some issues with the health department, childcare, food bank, COVID clerk. So we went through a whole list of items that people had seen as issues that we could take under consideration to give this board some information. So here's what we came up with. The priorities as of this group: number 1 was the broadband project, number 2 was the sewer district. The third one was helping the DuBois Fire District with their construction project. If you didn't know, we share a facility. They're building a new facility and they house our ambulance, and we're with them now. I don't believe they charge us rent. If anything, we pay a token amount. So that's a big benefit for us as the provider of ambulatory services in the county. So that was number 3. Number 4 was Toga, St. Anthony, DuBois, the water request that they had. Another issue that was brought up by some of those members was some of our departments, like the health department, sheriff's department, are having some internet and technology issues. Health program that we're doing. So those are the findings, I guess, or that's what the rescue plan committee has brought to us to say those are the priorities that they've selected. So
Who's on this committee again?
Amy, the clerk, the sheriff, the Sean Warner, the auditor, and then Mary, the clerk, and Audrey with the
Craig.
Mike Fleisner and Craig Rawlick, and then we've had Nicole from the Community Foundation has been to a meeting and has been so I think that's probably the group that we've had. So I would like to hear any thoughts or questions on the broadband thing to start with, and then secondarily on the priorities list. Anybody want to start?
I would flip flop 1 and 2. That would be, if I was going to change anything, and it's not because I don't want broadband. I think broadband is a very important issue in the county. But I think broadband is a little more wanted than sewer. The sewer situation is not going to change. It just is what it is. Broadband on the end, we've got 5G technology coming in. Everybody ditched their landlines for cell phones, and I have a feeling within the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to do the same thing with our internet. Spend upwards of $10 million to put lines up all over the county. And if 10 years from now, we tear them all down, it's all money for nothing. So that's my fear with broadband. I'd love to have it done tomorrow. I do not oppose doing broadband. I just think that we need to put our wants and our behind our needs. So.
As you went through the list, I thought seemed pretty reasonable to me, the order that you had in them. I don't know that I would switch broadband and sewer. They're both important. They're both important things. I get what you're saying about the 5 to 10 years. What's technology going to do? How's it going to change? And are we going to be wireless? And I know that Starlink is out there doing some of this now. Some of the wireless, some of the satellite providers. However, their speed at this point, and I don't know whether the technology is such that it can get faster, or is there a limit on how much we can get when we stay wireless?
Yes.
Their speed is slower. It's still much faster than what many of us out in rural communities experience today, maybe, because I'm wireless right now with one of the local providers at a very slow speed. So it would certainly be an improvement, but it's not I guess what I'm saying, at this point, what I'm reading is it's still not hardwired internet. And, how much of that do we need in the rural community? You know, when you look at the business community, you say, well, there's a half a dozen businesses, factories, that sort of thing out there, but every farm today, every farmer is using internet technology, or can use internet technology like they've never done before. So the need is out there. You know, so I think rural broadband is important. And is it worth 4.35 of our ARPA funds? I'm not sure. Maybe we can work on that a little bit and figure out whether that's the right number. But I think it's important that we do whatever we can to move it forward. Initially, when we talked about, when we had started having this discussion about the 4.35 million, I was thinking like you did. You know, what
120.
what does it look like without that? You know, say in
Yes, thanks a lot. All right.
3 to 7 years or something like that. And, you know, what's the difference? In other words, if this 4.4+ million goes to making poles ready, how do they do that without this? Who's going to make those poles ready without this money? Is it just more grant money that they would find elsewhere, or where would it come from? You know, to me, there's still some questions that need to be answered, as you pointed out.
I think the method now is, it's kind of like when we do countywide reassessment, and every property gets an annual inspection once every 4 years. So I think they do the same thing with their poles, that they probably do 900 poles a year. And they do that section, then here, then here, then here, and it just rotates. And if they find a pole with a problem, they repair it on that every 4-year cycle. So I think what they would do here is, they would do this on their own, they would just do it, it would be slower, this would be as focused on. They wouldn't pull somebody from a different job to focus just on this. It just drags it out. Then the other thing too that I'll mention that I think is important is that the first person to get turned on the internet from this doesn't wait 2 years, they wait 6 months. You know, so that the poles can be checked, and get installed as they run, people are getting turned on. So it's not they do all this work and then turn it on at the end of 2 years and everybody gets it then. It should be an ongoing process that people will it'll slowly trickle in, it won't be a big for that switch. The other thing that they say too is even the people without, the odd thing is if you go down Portersville Road, and maybe a census block is on this side of the road, they got a diet for it, but they didn't on this side. Well, Orange County Fiber is committed to do, and they've done it in Orange County, they're gonna serve those people. So it's in their best, it's in Orange County's best interest and in the interest of our community to take care of those people, even though they aren't required to by the grant. The other thing that I don't like about how this has been rolled out from the state and from the national level is they may give a person on this side of the road grant funding, census block funding on this one and on this side too, so they're gonna be overbuilding. You know, you may have PSC's wires here, you may have Orange County's over here, and it's kind of an inefficient way of doing it. But I guess they had to have a way to do it, this is the way they've done it. So Orange County may have bid and won the bid on this block, this other one right here might have been won by another competitor. But it's not efficient, but I think people are gonna get served one way or the other, they may have more than one option.
You know, the number, the 4+ million bothers me a little bit, and I mean, that's well over half of our, it's over half of our total ARPA money. What's left for sewers? What's left for all of those other projects that are down the line? Especially if we we do get this Okra grant and we got set 30% of it back for the strategic investment plan, which may include sewer, it undoubtedly will include sewers and all of these other projects as well.
I think the sewer is eventually gonna have to be fixed, whether we use ARPA funds, edit funds, whatever. I look at this as my own, if this was my own personal house, get internet. I'm gonna wait these out and I'm probably gonna get my toilet fixed before I sign on for internet. If I can only do one thing, I'm pretty sure I would make my toilet flush first. It's not the sexy thing to do, it's not what the bulk of the county wants, because there's one community who has raw sewage running through the ditches in front of their homes. And I think it's a necessary thing that we get it done. I mean, no, when people go to the polls in November, I'm gonna be like, hey, that's the guy that did the sewer district, I'm voting for him. Broadband's definitely sexier, you know, but this is I keep saying it, it's a want and need situation. Broadband, yeah, we need it, but we don't need it as bad as we need people to have, you know, be able to live in a healthy community, and raw sewage in your ditch is not healthy.
So I had, I kept your opinions, and like I said, every meeting I've been to, I've said, Commissioner Hostetler's gonna say, get the do. And it's true, I wanted that to be in front of people's minds, because it is important. And initially I thought, man, it's gonna be a problem. Now I think, my thinking has evolved a bit, and say, it doesn't have to be an either or, it needs to be a
Well,
both.
and that's why I support the broadband fully, and if you gave me enough money to do both, I'd do it. But if you give me enough money to do one or the other, I think sewer has to get done. Like, one way or another, it has to get done, or we're gonna have to start condemning homes.
Somebody else's argument was, those homes have been operating just fine all these years. I'm not saying I agree with that.
I'd say that person probably doesn't live there.
Right. And I would also argue that it's probably not the only place in town, or.
No, and it's not, and it's,
Well, and that was my, I got a book on it, $1 million, and it eats up a big chunk of that ARPA funds. And I was at the conference, at the AIC conference here, last week, 2 weeks ago, and, they indicated there, I think it was in the treasurer's meeting, I don't know, maybe Sandy heard it in the auditor's meeting as well at the conference, but I know it was said in the treasurer's meeting, it was reported to me that it was said in the treasurer's meeting, that you better hold back 10% of your ARPA funds for the audit.
And they wondered why so much.
Yeah, I don't know, but that was just what was said.
well, I wonder economic development wise, if you're looking at building a factory that's gonna employ 500 people, where's your bigger priority? Is it sewer or internet? I'm sure they're both important for anything.
I'd say that you would move here if you could do both.
Right.
Or you wouldn't move anywhere.
I
between here and
honestly think what a big part of why our shovel-ready site is over by the airport isn't taking off.
Sewer and water.
Sewer and water.
See, and I heard somebody last week said a company was looking at it, they didn't have sufficient internet.
Really?
They said they did not have service appropriate for a high-tech business to run out there. Not developed.
And I still always wonder, why do we have PSC in Spencer County? We've got Orange County Fiber in Orange County, and Du Bois County is like, so industrialized and forward thinking that we don't have any of that happening here. Why are we so far behind? How did they get it done in Spencer County, and we're sitting here now waiting on Spencer and Orange County to come into our county and get it done for us? Why have we gotten to this point?
Spencer County partially is done because they put $5 million in to support somebody else doing it.
This PSC's been around for a long time.
Oh, I was talking about their broadband deployment, but them as a company, I mean, they were just somebody that was doing it.
Right, and they went out and they started serving rural areas, and now they're working their way into Du Bois County.
So why somebody didn't start that as a business here or our competitors to them, I don't know, and I don't know that that's not important to me, I guess, at this point.
They're Spencer County people.
And, with Orange County Fiber, back in 2018, they made that decision within their organization that they are highly leveraged in this market. Our people decided not to be.
Are they a private company?
They're rural.
They're
It's
a
like they're
501.
REMC, Orange County.
PSC's the same way.
They're part of REMC in Orange County.
PSC's not a private thing, is it?
I I thought PSC was a private.
PSC is a private company,
This is private.
but Orange County Fiber is a not for profit or non-profit, one of the two.
Cooperative, part of the cooperative.
Yeah. So my thing is, I'm not comfortable spending $4.35 million on this project. I think I need to have some talks with them, prioritize this, let's get a finer tuned number. Let's look at it. I'm satisfied with continuing, negotiating with them and find out what we can do, what would happen if we didn't spend the money to get a better idea. I think we have a good start, but I don't think we're at let's make a decision to spend $4 million. That's where I'm at. I mean, unless one of you two
No, I think it's.
felt so strong, you know. And I asked the county council last week, I said, if you've got objections to this, or if you're in favor of it, whatever, let me know. I haven't really got much feedback from them either. Other than like a few people in the community said, do whatever you can to get this done.
Oh, and I'd love to see it done. I mean, I'm one of those guys out there that suffers with very slow internet. It is what it is, but I'll be honest, 90% of what we use our internet for is entertainment. Yes, our kids use it for study, but mostly it's Netflix and Amazon Prime.
So it's a quality of place issue, I suppose, if you wanna, that's that. Some of the feedback too was, my kid was, I have multiple children, and when they were home, they couldn't fully participate in school when they had to be home.
And the guy across the road that might have a huge poultry operation and everything is done electronically as far as feeding and environment and all of that is concerned. It's important to know.
And in my personal situation, even my wife does some work at home that requires large files to be uploaded and downloaded, and you can download them pretty slowly, but then upload them again. Stuff that should take 15 minutes in Jasper takes hours to upload large files and share those. So it's a small business. How many other small businesses would there be that could do better? I would say many, probably. Is there any particular questions to do you have, would you like me to ask these folks whenever I talk to them?
Not beyond what I've already asked, it sounds like you had most of those on your list.
I would ask for agreements with those and with the end provider to make sure that we're not gonna have great polls and they're not gonna fulfill their end of it. I have faith that they would, just out of the good faith, but I'd rather have it in writing. I'll trust, but I want to have something to fall back on. And I want to ask them too about that new internet connectivity program that Oker entered last week, if that changes anything. If you're not aware of what that is, individuals can apply for it. I did too. I did yesterday just to see what the process looked like. You know what that is?
What is it?
So you as an individual can say, you can go on this thing, apply and say, here's my address. I don't get 25 3-speed. It's not available or it's too expensive. And I think at some point, the state will put this out that people will want this service and that providers can bid or choose not to bid, I suppose, on bringing that to you.
Okra will pay for it or pay a portion of it. For a provider to come in and bring you the internet.
It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
I see that being the little subdivisions. You know, we have 20-some homes in our subdivision. That might be worth the effort to come in and service that. But I don't know.
They'd have to charge a considerable amount to put one location for your farmhouse that's half a mile off the road, and that road is 2 miles from the nearest connection.
I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but I sat down with a gentleman from a company called Citgo, which I'm not sure if it's even still around, but they were looking at laying fiber in St. Henry, and he gave me some figures on, we need like 4 to 5 houses per mile to make it worth our while to lay cable. And, on my drive home that day, I was like, how many houses are between me and Jasper? So they came out of Jasper because they got to be able to hook in somewhere. So see where they can go to Jasper. There's way more than 4 or 5 houses per mile, so if you start going out a state highway like that, and then you hit little towns like Celestine, St. Anthony's on a state highway, so on and so forth. If you can get to these little pockets like Celestine, St. Anthony, Schnellville, it seems like that would hit your 4 to 5 homes per mile, and they mean hooked up, not
users.
Right. So, but it seems like it should be economically viable for some of these companies to come in. I understand we can sweeten the deal with some grant money or whatnot, but I don't understand why it's been lacking so much in Dubois County, why it's not getting done.
And if that were the case, they could service a big portion of the county, a big 80% or something
Right.
like that of the county, but shouldn't we also be worried about that person that lives a mile back that road? And there's nobody between he and the main road.
I think it would be similar to, if I build a house a quarter mile off the highway and water utilities are at the highway, electric utilities are at the highway, I'm gonna pay more to get that back to my house than if I built right up 50 feet from the highway. But it has to be available out at the road for them to be able to, hook on.
Yeah.
It reminds me of this SERS money for those broadband hotspots. One of them was 10 grand, one of them was 40-something thousand. It just really depends where it's at. Bird's Eye was 4 times more expensive than somewhere else to hook it up, just because of those distance issues.
Right.
So I think you're still gonna leave a huge portion of the community out. And we did talk about that. I said, where I live, it won't make sense for you to bring it where I live. I have one neighbor up the hill, and I wouldn't hit that, probably wouldn't hit what they need. So I said, you're gonna skip some roads, right? If 600 North has a bunch of houses on it, 300 North has a bunch of houses on it, 500 North doesn't, you're not going down that road. No, we will service that whole area. So they're not going to, I guess, pick and choose roads. They're gonna go down the road and hit everybody. And the other thing that I didn't mention, when I first met with them months ago, they said they were gonna do high-speed wireless, and that didn't sound nearly as exciting as what they're saying now. It's fiber to your home, fiber to every home, just like we did in Orange County. So that's.
And I've seen some where high-speed wireless, I think in some areas it might be capable of being high-speed. It's all line of sight, so if you're in a neighborhood that's relatively flat and there's 20, 30 homes, they could put a tower up and it should get all the homes.
Right now,
but this is Dubois County.
trees will block it too.
So, and it kind of depends. If you go to 5G technology, that's different than not line of sight. It's similar to, it's your cellular phone. I don't know. I only know so much about how this stuff works, but.
Your example, water back to that guy that lives a mile off the road, and I'm getting into dangerous territory here because I don't know enough about it, but I think the model of water utility and the model of electrification, with rural electrification, it goes everywhere. And they're committed to, somebody builds back a mile off the road, they'll bring you power.
Right, but you're gonna pay for it.
No, I don't think you do.
I think you do.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
You're gonna pay from the road to your house. And that's how water works.
That's how water works. That's how
If they
water
gotta
works.
come drop 3 or 4 poles to run back your driveway, they're gonna.
That's what I said, I didn't know enough about
Now,
that.
if I'm wrong, somebody correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
In my instance, there was no, let's say a quarter of a mile, maybe it was a little further, nothing on the road. So it stopped a quarter mile that way and it stopped a quarter mile that way. They had to look which way would be easier to get it to me. They paid to put 5 new
They did run
poles. They ran it down the county road, and then when it got to my property, they would have even connected it if I was right up on the road, but I paid a little bit of a premium because I sat back a little bit. So, but they did take down the county road for me.
Well, that's what I mean. You'll come off the right of way. Once you're off the right of way, the poles run down the right of way, your connection will run down the right of way. But if I live a mile from the right of way, and that's private, that's what you're gonna pay.
at least a portion of it.
I don't mean you're gonna pay to go down the road.
The other thing that I look at with, I think that per home served, sewer is too damn expensive. And for this one, internet to the home, per home is too damn expensive for today. But the thing is, once you run that stuff, it also serves the next guy that moves there, and the next guy that moves there, and that price per unit goes down over time as population grows, or people use that. It'll be more attractive to build between Jasper and Hayesville if there's sewer around. It might make sense for somebody to put a subdivision, so now if it costs $1,000 for something, now it's $800 because you're cutting it up for more people. So that's one thing I like about both of these. The expense that it is today, it'll never be cheaper. It'll eventually need to be done, and it's an economic development tool, both of these. I would, I paid for a nice septic system 10 years ago. The way that the sewer system, as far as I know, is set up, if you're functional, you're good. You're good until it fails.
Nobody's gonna make you sign on
And
it.
if you already like your internet, nobody's gonna force you to change, but this is gonna hit a lot of people that don't have that.
Oh, if they put fiber in front of my house, I would change. Simple.
So I think we probably went through that pretty strongly.
Yeah.
So let's go to these other things. Number 1 and 2 on here, broadband and sewer district are huge. Those are big expenses. That's all of our money.
I could eat it all up.
Well, sewer could eat it all up.
Right.
So that's that. With, I think a next step that maybe the committee would do, and Sandy, I don't remember how we talked about this, with that ambulance building or Purple Water, those people, something we talked about was bringing them in, let them talk to us, tell us what their ask is specifically, how much.
So we can understand.
So we can understand it better before we give a recommendation. One of the things that I tried to task the board with was, let's do something that is going to service everybody. Let's try to,
Spread the wealth.
yeah, spread this around a little bit. We don't want all the money to go to Huntingburg or all the money to go to Jasper. And I think the sewer would only hit a portion of the community. Broadband would hit everybody. Ambulatory service would serve everybody. And the water, that'll help those ratepayers if we're gonna help 3 major utilities. So I think it's good that they're universal, more universal type of project.
I'm going to back up a little bit. We're talking about our bid here, and I'm thinking, on what we did last week for the park. And is the committee confident, do we have, that we have, or that it is okay to spend all the money on that? I went to a workshop at EIC last week, and I came in, I had to step out for a minute and take a call, and I came back in and they were talking about the parks. It was Matt Eckerly that was talking about whether or not ARPA money could be used on parks. And the comment was made, if it's in an underserved area. And I thought, oh, how does that affect us? So I've been meaning to get a hold of Matt and kind of ask him that question, or have we already asked him that question?
I would say that Lisa Gellhausen, who usually keeps up pretty well on this kind of thing, and she was involved with the city of Jasper stuff, she's already told us that you can't do it for that. You can't do it for that. That one we could probably, you can do it for. So she's pretty good on what funds can be used for what purpose. And on this one, she said that it's outdoor recreation. She's good. Yeah. It'd be nice if we wanted to call that and ask.
I think I'll leave
Yeah.
that.
I think ultimately it's gonna be up to the auditor at the time he audits us.
Yes.
He or she audits us.
Do it out at the park.
And as I talked with,
Do the audit at the park. This is nice.
It'll be when we audit the, that's a federal audit.
when I bring up an argument that, well, sewer would be more important than the internet thing, well, those kind of projects are things that you bond over 40 years and the ratepayers pay into that bond. And my argument back was, well, every dollar we put in off of this makes the commitment that those ratepayers have to put in lower. It gives it more of a chance that it'll be financially successful. So I guess my thought, if I had to make a decision today, would be to negotiate with the DuBois REC, get those terms right and come to a figure somewhat substantially lower than what we have. And then hold in reserves several $1 million for the sewer project. You know, at an equal amount to that, whatever we come, or whatever we come here to ensure that will go forward.
Well, ultimately, I guess, if ARPA money don't go to the sewer project, we're gonna have to do it at some point. We gotta fix it because it's a problem. So if we use all the ARPA money towards broadband and the other projects, we're gonna still have to do the sewer district somehow. So I guess the big question is, where are we better off as far as how we do it? Are we better off bonding the sewer district and doing ARPA funds for the broadband and the other projects?
Problem is, I don't think we have enough money, so we're gonna have to do that anyway.
Right.
It's just how
So-
much do you want to?
So if that were a question of we're gonna do one or the other, I'd say we have to do one, we don't have to do the other. They're both very necessary projects. But so do we use the ARPA money for the broadband and we approach the sewer district in a different kind of way? You know, do we help out the fire station and, you know, the other projects on the list? Those are the big questions.
How far are we? We're in a draft study of we're basically on first base with the sewer district, right? So would you say multiple years before it would be ready to go, 1 year?
I hope not. I would hope maybe a year. Our next meeting, we're gonna discuss putting together a board and what the board would look like and what, you know, who would make up the board, who appoints the board, et cetera. But I think we're real close to where we form the board of the district, then the next thing would be the project. And of course, we're not going to serve 100% of DuBois County. We're not going to the farmhouse that sits a mile off the road and saying, you know, collect your sewage. We're looking at the hot spots, the problem areas.
The reason I questioned how long it would be, is I kind of look at it like the Mid-States Corridor project. So let's say that they approved it today, it's gonna take a decade to get the thing, because you gotta get land from people, you gotta get right of ways from people, and going from Jasper to Hayesville. I would assume that that's gonna be pretty lengthy.
Right.
I don't know. Brent, what do you think about when you're getting right of way over such a long stretch? Is that an issue, or do you think a lot of times along a state highway there's already certain setbacks that you could get in on, or how would that work?
You're talking for sewers?
Yeah.
Themselves alone? State highways, more than likely you're gonna have enough setback that you can get inside of those. Some county roads you're gonna be able to, but then there's gonna be some spots where you're gonna buy. And there are gonna be residents that are gonna, you know, it's only bulk. Well, they're not bulk, I'm saying, not a majority, not close to the majority, but there are gonna be residents that are gonna sell you the right of way, here you go, or the easements to run through, and there's gonna be some they're not going to, you're gonna have to get them. That's just gonna be a mixture of everything in this kind of stuff, but I've seen them, like when I was in Warren County, we did a couple roads, I've seen them, a few of the roads went in 2 weeks, they had everything purchased and moved went. And there were some that took 2 years to get on the road because people didn't go to court, so it's a wide open range.
Well, I'm even thinking in Hayesville proper, is there enough, what do we have up there for right of way?
Well,
I mean, the roads are small.
But you can run those in the middle of the road though too. In the Hayesville street like that, you can run those in the middle of the road. Now, on a county road, you don't want to, but in a street, you can do that. It's been done before. I mean, it's in down 231 Millburg. Yeah, so you can do that.
Down the middle of the street.
You can do that. That's not a big deal in a town like that.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Alright. Auditor?
I have an email from Celestine for their Christmas parade. Do you wanna do that today or wait until? I just opened my email and found it.
Wait till January.
No, please bring it up and we can approve or not approve, I guess.
Well, do they have all their insurance and all that
They
stuff?
have their application on file, they have, some kind of permit. I don't have it printed, obviously.
Don't worry, I just need everything's in
They have their security insurance policy numbers. They have a letter from the state police. Did you get this too, Brent, or?
Steve probably did, I did not.
It came to me, I can forward it to you. And then they've got maps of where they wanna go. Like I said, I just happened to open it, so if you want me to.
Well, I mean, if they did it last year and it's the same thing and everything's in line.
It's on
That's
Sunday,
fine.
December 5th from 6 to 7 p.m. They would start on St. Celestine Church at De Alejandro Road going north, crossing State Road 164. Turn left on Ellsworth Road, turn left on Celestine Road North, right on New Orleans Street, left on State Road 164, and right on Celestine Road South. They said the road closure would be approximately 1 hour.
That's what they did last year.
It's the same as last year, let's see what we can improve that now. With or without. You know,
Well, I mean, I have it, I just don't have it
That's
printed.
it, right,
I
right.
don't wanna run across the street.
All right, we'll hear what Sandy said. I didn't catch all of it, I apologize.
I think based on what Sandy just said, I'd be comfortable approving it today.
Good, is that a motion?
Sure, I think that would be great.
I'll second.
And we have a first and a second on the motion to approve the request. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and then I have two other things. I talked with Scott, he did have Universal Design to come over and start looking at our office for the window. They wanna make sure that you guys wanna get rid of that one case or move that one case.
I
Get a
think
window
you
and a
put your
door.
window all the way to, if I'm walking in your door.
Well, they're gonna look at the beams,
Okay,
because there's some support, he's gonna look at all that, but he said, make our door one single door that would be closed, that we could get in and out of, because you don't wanna give us no access in, or just one door in the other room. And then he said, put the window down towards Kitty's, or possibly even moving the door to where the old door used to be down by Kitty's. There used to be a door down there to put it on. So they're looking at that kind of stuff. They have the old plans and then they have the
I would like us to be able to move the case one direction or the other.
Or to keep one of the cases.
Well, we're talking about the newer case that was built. The old case, it's not affected. It's the
Okay.
newer case.
No, I prefer to keep them both if it's absolutely not possible, then.
Well, I don't know how much of a window we'll get
I don't
if
think,
that's the case, because we were thinking to match the clerk's office with our
Okay.
counter. They move our counter up to match.
I'd have to go look at it too, so.
I'm
So
in the
he,
exact same boat you are. My preference is to keep both.
Right.
If there's a way to make it happen, let's keep that as a consideration. So,
maybe someday we
second-
can move it to the new building.
in secondary, if I can't, then I want to keep one of them there.
But he's looking at, and then once they get our counter moved, then he'd look at how they can reconfigure our office and they give us use of that space.
I don't disagree with keeping them both if we can, but I don't think we can if we make the counter look like it does across the hall at clerks. And from a engineering, from an aesthetics standpoint, I think that's a valid concern or valid thing to, valid.
Scott was thinking they could shove it all back behind and then get rid of our door and use the other room's door, but that's not good for ingress or egress. And I said, if we had a fire and she had to run all the way down to the other room, that's unreasonable.
Unless you create a better access out the back door.
Right,
But then you're really messing with the aesthetics of the courthouse.
right. Because right now, if we have to get out, we jump. I mean, you know, we
We
jump,
did
we've
one
done
day,
it,
didn't we?
but
It's
that's
not
not,
proper fire code.
right. But
Well, that fountain's there for it to fall.
no, it's further out than you
Further you can
think.
make it. I couldn't make it.
I landed on the plant.
That was the active shooter day. I was in the auditor's office and the ladies all went out and over the banister and I thought, oh, I guess I have to too.
But
I guess I'm getting
So-
shot.
that or I'm stuck on the 100-degree day it was outside.
That's what Kenny
Kenny
Brosen
Bosworth
said.
stayed on.
He stayed on, he stayed there.
And I made sure they went out and got him when they let everybody out of their offices. But anyway, they are looking at it, and so it's in the works.
I will say, along that same, thing, the active shooter training that we had again last week, I thought it was very good. Thought it was another nice, step. And the video, if you haven't seen the video, Marky has copies of it from the first one. Did you watch it? It's a little flash drive, you plug it in, it's about a 10-minute video, and it's interesting to see.
We have both trainings on that video now, so you can see the active shooter date, and then you can see the training that we just did. We put that on there.
I recommended it to me. And he even mentioned, anywhere you go, here for example, think about what your plan is. Hopefully nothing ever happens, but what would we do if somebody came in and started doing something? What are our options? Now I guess I'm looking at it, I guess I can go through here. I guess I can crawl out here. And the neat thing about it is now, it's not just duck and hide and hope for the best, like the old training is. It's take action and try to save yourself.
What do you have here to throw?
What else?
The other thing, we did have over almost 160 people go through that training, so that was excellent for risk management. And German American provided the space. The other thing is the know before training that we do. I don't know how many of you guys do that. It's up for renewal, $2,693.25.
How many users?
175. We used to have 160, now we're up to 175, so I had to up it. And that's not even everybody. Some people got taken off of it.
So does it include these two, for example?
No.
Because they don't have county.
Elmer has county email, but we took out some people that they're not on our network.
I mean, like, Nick doesn't have a laptop,
He's not on.
and you don't have a laptop either, right?
He's not.
I don't have a county laptop, but I have county email.
Right,
I've
but-
been going through
We had people in it until I got too high, and then I started cutting out people that didn't participate and weren't on, like, you may not get it in the
I
future.
haven't got it recently.
Right.
So you can look through and say, if somebody didn't use it
Yes.
over the last year.
I monitor that every time we get, I try to do it every quarter, every time we get new addresses, every time somebody leaves, I try to go in and take them out and add the new person in. It's a management thing. So then they told me, hey, you're constantly exceeding our limit, so I went in and tried to look at who I could take out. I think that's you and Sonia and people who don't really access our network.
So it looks like, gentlemen, we had $15.39 per person for the 1-year subscription. 175 times 1539 gets us to $26.93.25. Do I think it's valuable? Can you set this up to do automatic things, or do you have to always?
I have to go in and, well, Know Before calls me to help me set, like, we'll go in and pick out certain criteria programs. So the modules and all that, I view it and pick the best ones that I think is pertinent. Password protection, things that cybersecurity is looking at.
We should probably do things quarterly, and I don't think we've even done that much yet.
I try to do it quarterly. And then the phishing campaign is going all the time. Now, this last upgrade that we got from Office 365, Barracuda didn't like it, so Barracuda's been blocking
Our training.
your training from getting to because it sees it as phishing, which
That's
I've
kind of
been,
good.
yes, Barracuda's doing his job. But I've been working with them over the last probably 2-3 weeks saying, if I can't get the training to go through, why do I want you? So they've been working with Matrix to get it to work. So I think Friday, we finally got it unblocked but every time Office 365 or Barracuda upgrades,
They're doing their job.
they're doing their job, but I'm trying to get this whitelisted so that it does go through.
What do you
But if
think?
you don't get schooled on, like, if you haven't been spoofed, you won't get those trainings. It's only the ones who do open the emails and shouldn't. But then there is the campaign, and I will kick off another campaign if we don't fix it.
I'd say if we can make sure that we get some kind of a training to everybody at least quarterly, if they mess up or not, I think it's a good value.
Now, does everybody do it? I can track and tell you who hasn't and who has, because it'll tell me.
No, I think that'd be great. Then you can give us a report every quarter that says, hey, look, these people didn't do it. Because it's only valuable when people do it.
Now, I just give,
And I know what I'm doing, and I feel pretty confident with myself, but I screwed up because that's my other work. Because they make them pretty good
They
sometimes.
do. And they're starting,
and that's the point.
even text messages are starting to be.
Smishing.
Yeah.
So I will pick another one. I mean, I try to keep them short and sweet, or people just won't. They won't give up 45 minutes, but they'll give up 10.
What do you think?
You have to let me know. It does help with our cybersecurity plans.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I'll make a motion that we approve renewal of the current subscription as the current subscription expires on 10/9 in the amount of $2,693.25. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Who's the provider?
Matrix integration?
No before. KNOWBE 4.
Number 4. Anything else?
Matrix integrations are, they, no, I think that's it.
County attorney?
I had sent out that ordinance last time, didn't know if you wanted to address that today or not, on the capital asset policy. Talked to Highway, they, I think, have reviewed it and they were fine with their portions of it. Talked to the auditor's office, I made the 2 changes to the highlighted portions, and they were good with it. It's in its final form if you would like to address it today. And if you don't, just let's figure out what we're doing before December.
Does anybody need additional time to review the ordinance?
What is the ordinance?
This is a capital asset policy,
Capital
ordinance,
asset.
but it's an, yeah.
I'm satisfied with it.
Yeah, I think I am, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
From what I've seen of it, yeah.
And it's not something we need to have on an agenda or put it on the no public notification or anything?
Now that it's unanimous, right?
Correct. And I'm happy to put it on the agenda for the next meeting and you can just vote on it then, it doesn't matter.
I don't think anyone will care. It's basically an internal document.
It is, it's an amendment to our existing ordinance that's similar.
I'll make a motion that, actually, I'm gonna let Commissioner Browns make the motions because he has the,
Ordinance number, I make a motion, we adopt ordinance number 2021-33, the capital asset, capitalization policy for Du Bois County, asset capitalization policy for Du Bois County.
Okay, we have a motion. Go for a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
They ever gonna have that auction on the bankruptcy? I think it just gets rescheduled, doesn't it?
Well, the last email that came out said that people actually came in and said, please stop moving it. And I think that they were going to stop moving it, and those were the primary creditors that once we came in to find that. Who are the most likely bidders?
That's what I wonder. So it's not the bidders, right?
Correct.
Anything else, Mr. Schneider?
No, sir.
Okey doke. Brent, last time you were looking at Du Bois and some drainage issues. Anything going on with that review at this
I
time?
met with the school and I met with consultants and we're they're looking at it right now to see if there's any options, budgetary, what's it gonna cost to do some things, and are they really gonna be feasible? You know, if we spend $100,000, are we gonna get anything out of it? Or if we spend $1 million, are we gonna get anything out of it? So it's being looked at, meetings are had, we're just waiting out, so.
Okay. I think from the health department, just emails that have come out that the COVID shots are still available if people are interested in them. The flu shots are available. There's a nice article on the overhang that it's convenient. You can do a drive-through and get your shot and be out. And
Somebody told me the other day, they went out there and they're like, man, I'll tell you what, that is a well-oiled machine out there. They just do a great job.
Yep, I've been through it a couple times. Or just went through it for the flu shot anyway, recently. I guess I've not been through it a couple of times. I've watched it a couple of times.
And there's some people that have been very nervous or scared and they get upset while they get their shots. For one, the shot's been politicized, for one. For two, people worry about their health. And three, I mean, there's a lot of legitimate reasons why it could be traumatic for you. And I've had a couple of pieces of feedback that said, well, you were really great to me. So that's good to hear. You have any sewer updates?
Well, we have a meeting coming up, but
Did she ever set that date?
I think it's the 12th, I'd have to double check.
I didn't know that I responded back, I don't know that I got one back.
So I haven't got one back yet.
Okay, so the board or the folks that are working on
You
it.
guys, we are gonna talk about the makeup of the board, if you guys have any input on, how you think our board should be made up. You know,
She's gonna bring a couple examples in of what other municipalities have done. So we've been on it. We were on the board, how they were put on the board.
I'd say whatever you do, make sure that your bylaws have wiggle room to make changes. Because depending on which direction we go, who's on it, there's probably gonna be some different levels of interest from people who want to be on it. I'd hate to set something in stone now and it not make sense for 2 years from now. But other than that, I trust that we'll do a good job on it. Justice Project, we have bi-weekly meetings on the project up there. Things are still moving along. I'm still learning how the process works as far as things that have changed. A quick update is, let's say the electrical person, if they have a change, they want to add 10 feet of wire to something that's, that maybe community corrections needed something new. They have a contingency fund for the whole project of $1.5 million. So if something bad happens, they can come to us and make a request that we can do a change. And then within each of their bids, they have a built-in allowance for changes as well. And I'm still trying to work through how does this work? Do they need to do that unilaterally, make changes, or how will that work? And I think I'm getting a better handle on it. I've never done a project like this, so every week, multiple days, we're working on it. I think we're getting an understanding. So I'm trying to be very diligent about it. Maybe to a fault, I think I've bumped them a little bit, that I'm being questioning on $500 on a $25 million project. But I just want to know what's going on and make sure that the taxpayers are getting good value. So it's always something I'm trying to do the best I can with it. If you ever want anything more in depth, I'm sure we can get into it. But it seems like things are going well. We're going to have, I think the community will see changes in the next 2 months before we start going vertical. So that's going to make more of an impression than all the underground stuff or the flat stuff. Yeah, that's every 2 months we're going to have buildings going up.
Some upright stuff.
Yeah. I don't think I have anything else. I'll take it over to Commissioner Hostetler. Commissioner Ramos?
Not a whole lot here, just, again, on the AIC, it was a good, conference, I think. There were quite a few people there, some good, workshops that I sat through. I would say more educational than anything else. Rained for 2 days while we were up there, but it was good otherwise. Downtown, Brent and I were in a meeting with them, and I know you've commented on it, Chad, and Nick, you've probably seen the emails back and forth on that, but, we agreed to the, and again, my understanding is this is just a conceptual plan that they're putting forth, and hard decisions will be made down the road as to, what this ramp costs and who does it and all that kind of stuff. But the ramp on the northeast side, the parking places on the other side, it was my impression that the last time when we talked that if that parking area got disturbed and we had to repave that parking area, we would consider the permeable pavers like the rest of the square is using in places as one of our options. So they're throwing that into it. The curbless seam between the courthouse property and the street. The only thing I know of, Brent, you can correct me on this, the only thing I know of that they're considering there are the pavement break, so that as you're walking around there or as you're driving around, you get the feel that you're off are you violating the other's territory?
Yep.
I know you said something about bollards, is that what you said, whether or not we would need that? I don't know, that was never mentioned in the meeting, so. Other than that, I don't know, Brent, you, anything that?
No, I got your email about the concerns you have with the plan that we were sent. I'm gonna forward those on today. That's all I got. I got that out in case anyone wants to see it.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I know that you had a concern about the tree, and I share that concern and the visibility of that around the corner there, but, in the parking places, but I don't know how much control we're gonna have over parking
The
places.
parking, I don't know if we're gonna have any control over it.
We won't, but if
But
we're there,
they
we
know.
say, here's a concern.
They're asking about your concerns, you can say.
And that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna fight, so I'm gonna forward all this on.
I guess what I don't know if you read what I wrote, but
I did.
yeah. To come at 3 o'clock, there's nowhere to park, then it takes away from more spots.
I've had to run in here before for, Sandy will call me, hey, can you run up here for a signature, and I'll come in, and it's like, God, man, park 2 blocks away, just to run in and sign something, takes a minute. Other times, like right now, it's.
You can always
All
find
right.
parking over by the old ice cream shop.
Yeah.
Furniture store. And then you go in the basement. Well,
I think anytime you have a project like this, you're gonna have people with differences of opinions that, oh, you're gonna put that kind of seating, that doesn't make sense here. No, I don't think it'll please everyone.
Right.
And my taste is different than other people's taste, so I
Well, I forever was, when they made, Main Street out here, 2-way, up to, what is it, 9th? And, I forever thought, why don't we make that 2-way? Well, now it is 2-way, and if you park a full-size pickup truck on there, you almost have to stop and let the other guy go first, so you go around it, and it's like, okay, I don't understand why we waited on that, but,
I agree, it feels too tight.
So the only other thing I've got is, we used to get a report from the sheriff periodically. I think we talked about that maybe a year or two ago, and we started to get email reports, and I haven't gotten one of those in a long time. I would like to go back to where, I don't know whether monthly or quarterly or what the right amount of time is, but I'd like to see him come in and give us a report like we used to get periodically. I mean, I don't think we have enough oversight as to what goes on in that department. Buying of vehicles or other expenditures, a sheriff's car, for example, is county property. Do we approve every time they buy a vehicle? I don't think we do. We approve the budget, it's in the budget and we approve that. But, when the highway department buys equipment, they come in and we approve the purchase of that equipment. And I don't know that we do that in the sheriff's department. So I'll just throw that out there, that I'd like to see more accountability in that department.
I have no objection to that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Public? Nothing? Anybody else? Seeing no other business, we will close the meeting. I will say it's cold in this room. Yeah, it's gotten cold in the last half hour.
This morning.